Book 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Part 1. Persons of the Dialogue: an Athenian stranger, Cleinias a Cretan, Megillus a Lacedaemonian. Athenian: Tell me, strangers, is a god or some man supposed to be the author of your laws? Cleinias: A god, stranger, in very truth a god. Among us Cretans he is said to have been Zeus, but in Lacedaemon, whence our friend here comes, I believe they would say that Apollo is their lawgiver, would they not, Megillus? Megillus: Certainly. Athenian: And do you, Cleinias, believe, as Homer tells, that every 9th year Minos went to converse with his Olympian sire, and was inspired by him to make laws for your cities? Cleinias: Yes, that is our tradition, and there was Rhadamanthus, a brother of his, with whose name you are familiar. He is reputed to have been the justice of men, and we Cretans are of opinion that he earned this reputation from his righteous administration of justice when he was alive. Athenian: Yes, and a noble reputation it was, worthy of a son of Zeus. As you and Megillus have been trained in these institutions, I dare say that you will not be unwilling to give an account of your government and laws. On our way we can pass the time pleasantly in talking about them, for I am told that the distance from Knossos to the cave and temple of Zeus is considerable, and doubtless there are shady places under the lofty trees which will protect us from this scorching sun. Being no longer young, we may often stop to rest beneath them and get over the whole journey without difficulty, beguiling the time by conversation. Cleinias: Yes, stranger, and if we proceed onward, we shall come to groves of cypresses, which are of rare height and beauty, and there are green meadows in which we may repose and converse. Athenian: Very good. Cleinias: Very good indeed, and still better when we see them. Let us move on cheerily. Athenian: I am willing, and first I want to know why the law has ordained that you shall have common meals and gymnastic exercises and wear arms. Cleinias: I think, stranger, that the aim of our institutions is easily intelligible to any one. Look at the character of our country. Crete is not like Thessaly, a large plain, and for this reason they have horsemen in Thessaly, and we have runners. The inequality of the ground in our country is more adapted to locomotion on foot. But then if you have runners, you must have light arms. No one can carry a heavy weight when running, and bows and arrows are convenient because they are light. Now all these regulations have been made with a view to war, and the legislator appears to me to have looked to this in all his arrangements. The common meals, if I am not mistaken, were instituted by him for a similar reason, because he saw that while they are in the field, the citizens are, by the nature of the case, compelled to take their meals together for the sake of mutual protection. He seems to me to have thought the world foolish in not understanding that all men are always at war with one another, and if in war there ought to be common meals and certain persons regularly appointed under others to protect an army, they should be continued in peace. For what men in general term peace would be said by him to be only a name. In reality, every city is in a natural state of war with every other, not indeed proclaimed by heralds, but everlasting. And if you look closely, you will find that this was the intention of the Cretan legislator. All institutions, private as well as public, were arranged by him with a view to war. In giving them, he was under the impression that no possessions or institutions are of any value to him who is defeated in battle, for all the good things of the conquered pass into the hands of the conquerors. Athenian: You appear to me, stranger, to have been thoroughly trained in the Cretan institutions, and to be well informed about them. Will you tell me a little more explicitly what is the principle of government which you would lay down? You seem to imagine that a well-governed state ought to be so ordered as to conquer all other states in war. Am I right in supposing this to be your meaning? Cleinias, certainly, and our Lacedaemonian friend, if I am not mistaken, will agree with me. Megillus, why, my good friend, how could any Lacedaemonian say anything else? Athenian, and is what you say applicable only to states or also to villages? Cleinias, to both alike. Athenian, the case is the same. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and in the village will there be the same war of family against family and of individual against individual? Cleinias, the same. Athenian, and should each man conceive himself to be his own enemy? What shall we say? Cleinias, O Athenian stranger, inhabitant of Attica, I will not call you, for you seem to deserve rather to be named after the goddess herself, because you go back to first principles. You have thrown a light upon the argument, and will now be better able to understand what I was just saying, that all men are publicly one another's enemies, and each man privately his own. Athenian, my good sir, what do you mean? Cleinias, moreover, there is a victory and defeat, the first and best of victories, the lowest and worst of defeats, which each man gains or sustains at the hands, not of another, but of himself. This shows that there is a war against ourselves going on within every one of us. Athenian, let us now reverse the order of the argument. Seeing that every individual is either his own superior or his own inferior, may we say that there is the same principle in the house, the village, and the state? Cleinias, you mean that in each of them there is a principle of superiority or inferiority to self? Athenian, yes. Cleinias, you are quite right in asking the question, for there certainly is such a principle, and above all in states, and the state in which the better citizens win a victory over the mob and over the inferior classes may be truly said to be better than itself, and may be justly praised where such a victory is gained, or censured in the opposite case. Athenian, whether the better is ever really conquered by the worse is a question which requires more discussion, and may be therefore left for the present. But I now quite understand your meaning when you say that citizens who are of the same race and live in the same cities may unjustly conspire, and having the superiority in numbers may overcome and enslave the few just. And when they prevail, the state may be truly called its own inferior and therefore bad, and when they are defeated, its own superior and therefore good. Cleinias, your remark, stranger, is a paradox, and yet we cannot possibly deny it. Athenian, here is another case for consideration. In a family there may be several brothers who are the offspring of a single pair. Very possibly the majority of them may be unjust, and the just may be in a minority. Cleinias, very possibly. Athenian, and you and I ought not to raise a question of words as to whether this family and household are rightly said to be superior when they conquer, and inferior when they are conquered. For we are not now considering what may or may not be the proper or customary way of speaking, but we are considering the natural principles of right and wrong in laws. Cleinias, what you say, stranger, is most true. Megillus, quite excellent in my opinion, as far as we have gone. Athenian, again, might there not be a judge over these brethren of whom we were speaking? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, now which would be the better judge, one who destroyed the bad and appointed the good to govern themselves, or one who, while allowing the good to govern, let the bad live and made them voluntarily submit. Or third, I suppose, in the scale of excellence might be placed a judge, who, finding the family distracted, not only did not destroy anyone, but reconciled them to one another forever after, and gave them laws which they mutually observed, and was able to keep them friends. Cleinias, the last would be by far the best sort of judge and legislator. Athenian, and yet the aim of all the laws which he gave would be the reverse of war. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and will he who constitutes the state and orders the life of man have in view external war, or that kind of intestine war called civil, which no one, if he could prevent, would like to have occurring in his own state, and when occurring every one would wish to be quit of as soon as possible? Cleinias, he would have the latter chiefly in view. Athenian, and would he prefer that this civil war should be terminated by the destruction of one of the parties and by the victory of the other, or that peace and friendship should be re-established, and that, being reconciled, they should give their attention to foreign enemies? Cleinias, every one would desire the latter in the case of his own state. Athenian, and would not that also be the desire of the legislator? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and would not every one always make laws for the sake of the best? Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, but war, whether external or civil, is not the best, and the need of either is to be deprecated, but peace with one another and goodwill are best. Nor is the victory of the state over itself to be regarded as a really good thing, but as a necessity. A man might as well say that the body was in the best state when sick and purged by medicine, forgetting that there is also a state of the body which needs no purge. And in like manner, no one can be a true statesman, whether he aims at the happiness of the individual or state, who looks only, or first of all, to external warfare, nor will he ever be a sound legislator who orders peace for the sake of war, and not war for the sake of peace. Cleinias, I suppose that there is truth, stranger, in that remark of yours, and yet I am greatly mistaken if war is not the entire aim and object of our own institutions, and also of the Lacedaemonian. Athenian, I dare say, but there is no reason why we should rudely quarrel with one another about your legislators, instead of gently questioning them, seeing that both we and they are equally in earnest. Please follow me and the argument closely. And first I will put forward Tertius, an Athenian by birth, but also a Spartan citizen, who of all men was most eager about war. Well, he says, I sing not, I care not about any man, even if he were the richest of men and possessed every good, and then he gives a whole list of them, if he be not at all times a brave warrior. I imagine that you too must have heard his poems. Our Lacedaemonian friend has probably heard more than enough of them. Megillus, very true. Cleinias, and they have found their way from Lacedaemon to Crete. Athenian, come now and let us all join in asking this question of Tertius. O most divine poet, we will say to him, the excellent praise which you have bestowed on those who excel in war sufficiently proves that you are wise and good, and I and Megillus and Cleinias of Knossos do, as I believe, entirely agree with you. But we should like to be quite sure that we are speaking of the same men. Tell us then, do you agree with us in thinking that there are two kinds of war, or what would you say? A far inferior man to Tertius would have no difficulty in replying quite truly that war is of two kinds, one which is universally called civil war, and is, as we were just now saying, of all wars the worst; the other, as we should all admit, in which we fall out with other nations who are of a different race, is a far milder form of warfare. Cleinias, certainly far milder. Athenian. Well now, when you praise and blame war in this high-flown strain, whom are you praising or blaming, and to which kind of war are you referring? I suppose that you must mean foreign war, if I am to judge from expressions of yours in which you say that you abominate those who refuse to look upon fields of blood and will not draw near and strike at their enemies. And we shall naturally go on to say to him, you, Tertius, as it seems, praise those who distinguish themselves in external and foreign war, and he must admit this. Cleinias. Evidently. Athenian. They are good, but we say that there are still better men whose virtue is displayed in the greatest of all battles, and we too have a poet whom we summon as a witness, Theognis, citizen of Megara in Sicily. Cernus, he says, he who is faithful in a civil broil is worth his weight in gold and silver. And such an one is far better, as we affirm, than the other in a more difficult kind of war, much in the same degree as justice and temperance and wisdom, when united with courage, are better than courage only. For a man cannot be faithful and good in civil strife without having all virtue. But in the war of which Tertius speaks, many a mercenary soldier will take his stand and be ready to die at his post, and yet they are generally, and almost without exception, insolent, unjust, violent men, and the most senseless of human beings. You will ask what the conclusion is, and what I am seeking to prove. I maintain that the divine legislator of Crete, like any other who is worthy of consideration, will always and above all things, in making laws, have regard to the greatest virtue, which, according to Theognis, is loyalty in the hour of danger, and may be truly called perfect justice. Whereas that virtue which Tertius highly praises is well enough, and was praised by the poet at the right time, yet in place and dignity may be said to be only fourth rate, that is, it ranks after justice, temperance, and wisdom. Cleinias. Stranger, we are degrading our inspired lawgiver to a rank which is far beneath him. Athenian. Nay, I think that we degrade not him, but ourselves, if we imagine that Lycurgus and Minos laid down laws both in Lacedaemon and Crete mainly with a view to war. Cleinias. What ought we to say then? Athenian. What truth and what justice require of us, if I am not mistaken, when speaking in behalf of divine excellence, that the legislator, when making his laws, had in view not a part only, and this the lowest part of virtue, but all virtue, and that he devised classes of laws answering to the kinds of virtue, not in the way in which modern inventors of laws make the classes, for they only investigate and offer laws whenever a want is felt, and one man has a class of laws about allotments and heiresses, another about assaults, others about 10,000 other such matters. But we maintain that the right way of examining into laws is to proceed as we have now done, and I admired the spirit of your exposition, for you were quite right in beginning with virtue, and saying that this was the aim of the giver of the law, but I thought that you went wrong when you added that all his legislation had a view only to a part, and the least part of virtue, and this called forth my subsequent remarks. Will you allow me then to explain how I should have liked to have heard you expound the matter? Cleinias, by all means. Athenian. You ought to have said, Stranger, the Cretan laws are with reason famous among the Hellenes, for they fulfill the object of laws, which is to make those who use them happy, and they confer every sort of good. Now goods are of two kinds. There are human and there are divine goods, and the human hang upon the divine, and the state which attains the greater at the same time acquires the less, or not having the greater has neither. Of the lesser goods, the first is health, the second beauty, the third strength, including swiftness in running and bodily agility generally, and the fourth is wealth, not the blind god Plato, but one who is keen of sight, if only he has wisdom for his companion. For wisdom is chief and leader of the divine class of goods, and next follows temperance, and from the union of these two with courage springs justice, and fourth in the scale of virtue is courage. All these naturally take precedence of the other goods, and this is the order in which the legislator must place them, and after them he will enjoin the rest of his ordinances on the citizens with a view to these, the human looking to the divine, and the divine looking to their leader mind. Some of his ordinances will relate to contracts of marriage, which they make one with another, and then to the procreation and education of children, both male and female. The duty of the lawgiver will be to take charge of his citizens in youth and age, and at every time of life, and to give them punishments and rewards, and in reference to all their intercourse with one another, he ought to consider their pains and pleasures and desires, and the vehemence of all their passions. He should keep a watch over them, and blame and praise them rightly by the mouth of the laws themselves. Also, with regard to anger and terror, and the other perturbations of the soul which arise out of misfortune, and the deliverances from them which prosperity brings, and the experiences which come to men in diseases, or in war, or poverty, or the opposite of these, in all these states he should determine and teach what is the good and evil of the condition of each. In the next place, the legislator has to be careful how the citizens make their money and in what way they spend it, and to have an eye to their mutual contracts and dissolutions of contracts, whether voluntary or involuntary. He should see how they order all this, and consider where justice as well as injustice is found or is wanting in their several dealings with one another, and honor those who obey the law, and impose fixed penalties on those who disobey, until the round of civil life is ended, and the time is come for the consideration of the proper funeral rites and honours of the dead. And the lawgiver, reviewing his work, will appoint guardians to preside over these things, some who walk by intelligence, others by true opinion only, and then mind will bind together all his ordinances, and show them to be in harmony with temperance and justice, and not with wealth or ambition. This is the spirit, stranger, in which I was and am desirous that you should pursue the subject. And I want to know the nature of all these things, and how they are arranged in the laws of Zeus, as they are termed, and in those of the Pythian Apollo, which Minos and Lycurgus gave, and how the order of them is discovered to his eyes, who has experience in laws gained either by study or habit, although they are far from being self-evident to the rest of mankind like ourselves. Cleinias, how shall we proceed, stranger? Athenian, I think that we must begin again as before, and first consider the habit of courage, and then we will go on and discuss another, and then another form of virtue, if you please. In this way we shall have a model of the whole, and with these and similar discourses we will beguile the way. And when we have gone through all the virtues, we will show by the grace of God that the institutions of which I was speaking look to virtue. Megillus, very good. And suppose that you first criticize this praiser of Zeus and the laws of Crete. Athenian, I will try to criticize you and myself as well as him, for the argument is a common concern. Tell me, were not first the Syssitia and secondly the Gymnasia invented by your legislator with a view to war? Megillus, yes. Athenian, and what comes third and what fourth? For that, I think, is the sort of enumeration which ought to be made of the remaining parts of virtue, no matter whether you call them parts or what their name is, provided the meaning is clear. Megillus, then I, or any other Lacedaemonian, would reply that hunting is third in order. Athenian, let us see if we can discover what comes fourth and fifth. Megillus, I think that I can get as far as the fourth head, which is the frequent endurance of pain exhibited among us Spartans in certain hand-to-hand fights. Also in stealing, with the prospect of getting a good beating. There is, too, the so-called cryptia, or secret service, in which wonderful endurance is shown. Our people wander over the whole country by day and by night, and even in winter have not a shoe to their foot, and are without beds to lie upon, and have to attend upon themselves. Marvellous, too, is the endurance which our citizens show in their naked exercises, contending against the violent summer heat, and there are many similar practices, to speak of which in detail would be endless. Athenian, excellent, O Lacedaemonian stranger, but how ought we to define courage? Is it to be regarded only as a combat against fears and pains, or also against desires and pleasures, and against flatteries, which exercise such a tremendous power that they make the hearts even of respectable citizens to melt like wax? Megillus, I should say the latter. Athenian, in what preceded, as you will remember, our Cnosian friend was speaking of a man or a city being inferior to themselves. Were you not, Cleinias? Cleinias, I was. Athenian, now which is in the truest sense inferior, the man who is overcome by pleasure or by pain? Cleinias, I should say the man who is overcome by pleasure, for all men deem him to be inferior in a more disgraceful sense than the other who is overcome by pain. Athenian, but surely the lawgivers of Crete and Lacedaemon have not legislated for a courage which is lame of one leg, able only to meet attacks which come from the left, but impotent against the insidious flatteries which come from the right. Cleinias, able to meet both, I should say. Athenian, then let me once more ask, what institutions have you in either of your states which give a taste of pleasures and do not avoid them any more than they avoid pains, but which set a person in the midst of them and compel or induce him by the prospect of reward to get the better of them? Where is an ordinance about pleasure similar to that about pain to be found in your laws? Tell me what there is of this nature among you. What is there which makes your citizen equally brave against pleasure and pain, conquering what they ought to conquer, and superior to the enemies who are most dangerous and nearest home? Megillus, I was able to tell you, stranger, many laws which were directed against pain, but I do not know that I can point out any great or obvious examples of similar institutions which are concerned with pleasure. There are some lesser provisions, however, which I might mention. Cleinias: Neither can I show anything of that sort which is at all equally prominent in the Cretan laws. Athenian: No wonder, my dear friends, and if, as is very likely, in our search after the true and good, one of us may have to censure the laws of the others, we must not be offended, but take kindly what another says. Cleinias: You are quite right, Athenian stranger, and we will do as you say. Athenian: At our time of life, Cleinias, there should be no feeling of irritation. Cleinias: Certainly not. Athenian: I will not at present determine whether he who censures the Cretan or Lacedaemonian polities is right or wrong, but I believe that I can tell better than either of you what the many say about them. For assuming that you have reasonably good laws, one of the best of them will be the law forbidding any young men to inquire which of them are right or wrong. But with one mouth and one voice they must all agree that the laws are all good, for they came from God, and any one who says the contrary is not to be listened to. But an old man who remarks any defect in your laws may communicate his observation to a ruler or to an equal in years when no young man is present. Cleinias: Exactly so, stranger, and like a diviner, although not there at the time, you seem to me quite to have hit the meaning of the legislator, and to say what is most true. Athenian: As there are no young men present, and the legislator has given old men free license, there will be no impropriety in our discussing these very matters now that we are alone. Cleinias: True. And therefore you may be as free as you like in your censure of our laws, for there is no discredit in knowing what is wrong. He who receives what is said in a generous and friendly spirit will be all the better for it. Athenian: Very good. However, I am not going to say anything against your laws until, to the best of my ability, I have examined them, but I am going to raise doubts about them, for you are the only people known to us, whether Greek or barbarian, whom the legislator commanded to eschew all great pleasures and amusements, and never to touch them, whereas in the matter of pains or fears, which we have just been discussing, he thought that they who from infancy had always avoided pains and fears and sorrows, when they were compelled to face them, would run away from those who were hardened in them, and would become their subjects. Now the legislator ought to have considered that this was equally true of pleasure. He should have said to himself that if our citizens are from their youth upward unacquainted with the greatest pleasures, and unused to endure amid the temptations of pleasure, and are not disciplined to refrain from all things evil, the sweet feeling of pleasure will overcome them, just as fear would overcome the former class, and in another and even a worse manner they will be the slaves of those who are able to endure amid pleasures, and have had the opportunity of enjoying them, they being often the worst of mankind. One half of their souls will be a slave, the other half free, and they will not be worthy to be called in the true sense men and free men. Tell me whether you assent to my words. Cleinias: On first hearing, what you say appears to be the truth, but to be hasty in coming to a conclusion about such important matters would be very childish and simple. Athenian: Suppose, Cleinias and Megillus, that we consider the virtue which follows next of those which we intended to discuss, for after courage comes temperance. What institution shall we find relating to temperance, either in Crete or Lacedaemon, which, like your military institutions, differ from those of any ordinary state? Megillus: That is not an easy question to answer. Still, I should say that the common meals, and gymnastic exercises have been excellently devised for the promotion both of temperance and courage. Athenian. There seems to be a difficulty, Stranger, with regard to states in making words and facts coincide so that there can be no dispute about them. As in the human body, the regimen which does good in one way does harm in another, and we can hardly say that any one course of treatment is adapted to a particular constitution. Now the gymnasia and common meals do a great deal of good, and yet they are a source of evil in civil troubles, as is shown in the case of the Milesian and Boeotian and Thurian youth, among whom these institutions seem always to have had a tendency to degrade the ancient and natural custom of love below the level, not only of man but of the beasts. The charge may be fairly brought against your cities above all others, and is true also of most other states which especially cultivate gymnastics. Whether such matters are to be regarded jestingly or seriously, I think that the pleasure is to be deemed natural, which arises out of the intercourse between men and women, but that the intercourse of men with men, or of women with women, is contrary to nature, and that the bold attempt was originally due to unbridled lust. The Cretans are always accused of having invented the story of Ganymede and Zeus because they wanted to justify themselves in the enjoyment of unnatural pleasures by the practice of the god whom they believed to have been their lawgiver. Leaving this story, we may observe that any speculation about laws turns almost entirely on pleasure and pain, both in states and in individuals. These are two fountains which nature lets flow, and he who draws from them where and when, and as much as he ought, is happy. And this holds of men and animals, of individuals as well as states, and he who indulges in them ignorantly and at the wrong time is the reverse of happy. Megillus. I admit, Stranger, that your words are well spoken, and I hardly know what to say in answer to you, but still I think that the Spartan lawgiver was quite right in forbidding pleasure. Of the Cretan laws I shall leave the defence to my Cnosian friend, but the laws of Sparta, in as far as they relate to pleasure, appear to me to be the best in the world, for that which leads mankind in general into the wildest pleasure and license, and every other folly, the law has clean driven out. And neither in the country nor in towns which are under the control of Sparta will you find revelries and the many incitements of every kind of pleasure which accompany them, and any one who meets a drunken and disorderly person will immediately have him most severely punished, and will not let him off on any pretense, not even at the time of a Dionysiac festival, although I have remarked that this may happen at your performances on the cart, as they are called, and among our Tarentine colonists. I have seen the whole city drunk at a Dionysiac festival, but nothing of the sort happens among us. Athenian. O Lacedaemonian stranger, these festivities are praiseworthy where there is a spirit of endurance, but are very senseless when they are under no regulations. In order to retaliate, an Athenian has only to point out the license which exists among your women. To all such accusations, whether they are brought against the Tarentines, or us, or you, there is one answer which exonerates the practice in question from impropriety. When a stranger expresses wonder at the singularity of what he sees, any inhabitant will naturally answer him, Wonder not, O stranger, this is our custom, and you may very likely have some other custom about the same things. Now we are speaking, my friends, not about men in general, but about the merits and defects of the lawgivers themselves. Let us then discourse a little more at length about intoxication. which is a very important subject and will seriously task the discrimination of the legislator. I'm not speaking of drinking or not drinking wine at all, but of intoxication. Are we to follow the custom of the Scythians and Persians and Carthaginians and Celts and Iberians and Thracians, who are all warlike nations, or that of your countrymen? For they, as you say, altogether abstain. But the Scythians and Thracians, both men and women, drink unmixed wine, which they pour on their garments, and this they think a happy and glorious institution. The Persians, again, are much given to other practices of luxury which you reject, but they have more moderation in them than the Thracians and Scythians. Megillus. O best of men, we have only to take arms into our hands, and we send all these nations flying before us. Athenian. Nay, my good friend, do not say that. There have been, as there always will be, flights and pursuits of which no account can be given, and therefore we cannot say that victory or defeat in battle affords more than a doubtful proof of the goodness or badness of institutions. For when the greater states conquer and enslave the lesser, as the Syracusans have done the Locrians, who appear to be the best governed people in their part of the world, or as the Athenians have done the Ceans, and there are 10,000 other instances of the same sort of thing, all this is not to the point. Let us endeavor rather to form a conclusion about each institution in itself, and say nothing at present of victories and defeats. Let us only say that such and such a custom is honorable, and another not. And first, permit me to tell you how good and bad are to be estimated in reference to these very matters. End of Book 1, Part 1. Book 1, Part 2 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Part 2. Megillus. How do you mean? Athenian. All those who are ready at a moment's notice to praise or censure any practice which is matter of discussion seem to me to proceed in a wrong way. Let me give you an illustration of what I mean. You may suppose a person to be praising wheat as a good kind of food, whereupon another person instantly blames wheat without ever inquiring into its effect or use, or in what way, or to whom, or with what, or in what state and how wheat is to be given. And that is just what we are doing in this discussion. At the very mention of the word intoxication, one side is ready with their praises, and the other with their censures, which is absurd. For either side adduce their witnesses and approvers, and some of us think that we speak with authority because we have many witnesses, and others because they see those who abstain conquering in battle, and this again is disputed by us. Now I cannot say that I shall be satisfied if we go on discussing each of the remaining laws in the same way, and about this very point of intoxication I should like to speak in another way, which I hold to be the right one. For if number is to be the criterion, are there not myriads upon myriads of nations ready to dispute the point with you, who are only 2 cities? Megillus. I shall gladly welcome any method of inquiry which is right. Athenian. Let me put the matter thus. Suppose a person to praise the keeping of goats, and the creatures themselves as capital things to have, and then someone who had seen goats feeding without a goatherd in cultivated spots, and doing mischief, were to censure a goat or any other animal who has no keeper or a bad keeper, would there be any sense or justice in such censure? Megillus. Certainly not. Athenian. Does a captain require only to have nautical knowledge in order to be a good captain, whether he is seasick or not? What do you say? Megillus. I say that he is not a good captain if, although he have nautical skill, he is liable to sea sickness. Athenian. And what would you say of the commander of an army? Will he be able to command merely because he has military skill, if he be a coward, who, when danger comes, is sick and drunk with fear? Megillus. Impossible. Athenian. And what if, besides being a coward, he has no skill? Megillus. He is a miserable fellow, not fit to be a commander of men, but only of old women. Athenian. And what would you say of someone who blames or praises any sort of meeting which is intended by nature to have a ruler, and is well enough when under his presidency? The critic, however, has never seen the society meeting together at an orderly feast under the control of a president, but always without a ruler or with a bad one. When observers of this class praise or blame such meetings, are we to suppose that what they say is of any value? Megillus. Certainly not, if they have never seen or been present at such a meeting when rightly ordered. Athenian. Reflect. May not banqueters and banquets be said to constitute a kind of meeting? Megillus. Of course. Athenian. And did anyone ever see this sort of convivial meeting rightly ordered? Of course, you too will answer that you have never seen them at all, because they are not customary or lawful in your country. But I have come across many of them in many different places, and moreover I have made inquiries about them wherever I went, as I may say, and never did I see or hear of anything of the kind which was carried on altogether rightly. In some few particulars they might be right, but in general they were utterly wrong. Cleinias. What do you mean, stranger, by this remark? Explain. For we, as you say, from our inexperience in such matters, might very likely not know, even if they came in our way, what was right or wrong in such societies. Athenian. Likely enough. Then let me try to be your instructor. You would acknowledge, would you not, that in all gatherings of mankind, of whatever sort, there ought to be a leader? Cleinias. Certainly I should. Athenian. And we were saying just now that when men are at war, the leader ought to be a brave man. Cleinias. We were. Athenian. The brave man is less likely than the coward to be disturbed by fears. Cleinias. That again is true. Athenian. And if there were a possibility of having a general of an army who was absolutely fearless and imperturbable, should we not by all means appoint him? Cleinias. Assuredly. Athenian. Now, however, we are speaking not of a general who is to command an army when foe meets foe in time of war, but of one who is to regulate meetings of another sort, when friend meets friend in time of peace. Cleinias. True. Athenian. And that sort of meeting, if attended with drunkenness, is apt to be unquiet. Cleinias. Certainly. The reverse of quiet. Athenian. In the first place, then, the revellers, as well as the soldiers, will require a ruler. Cleinias. To be sure, no men more so. Athenian. And we ought, if possible, to provide them with a quiet ruler. Cleinias. Of course. Athenian. and he should be a man who understands society, for his duty is to preserve the friendly feelings which exist among the company at the time, and to increase them for the future by his use of the occasion. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, must we not appoint a sober man and a wise to be our master of the revels? For if the ruler of drinkers be himself young and drunken, and not overwise, only by some special good fortune will he be saved from doing some great evil. Cleinias, it will be by a singular good fortune that he is saved. Athenian, now suppose such associations to be framed in the best way possible in states, and that someone blames the very fact of their existence. He may very likely be right, but if he blames a practice which he only sees very much mismanaged, he shows in the first place that he is not aware of the mismanagement, and also not aware that everything done in this way will turn out to be wrong, because done without the superintendence of a sober ruler. Do you not see that a drunken pilot or a drunken ruler of any sort will ruin ship, chariot, army, anything, in short, of which he has the direction? Cleinias, the last remark is very true, stranger, and I see quite clear the advantage of an army having a good leader. He will give victory in war to his followers, which is a very great advantage, and so of other things. But I do not see any similar advantage which either individuals or states gain from the good management of a feast, and I want you to tell me what great good will be effected, supposing that this drinking ordinance is duly established. Athenian, if you mean to ask what great good accrues to the state from the right training of a single youth or of a single chorus, when the question is put in that form, we cannot deny that the good is not very great in any particular instance. But if you ask what is the good of education in general, the answer is easy, that education makes good men, and that good men act nobly and conquer their enemies in battle because they are good. Education certainly gives victory, although victory sometimes produces forgetfulness of education, for many have grown insolent from victory in war, and this insolence has engendered in them innumerable evils, and many a victory has been and will be suicidal to the victors, but education is never suicidal. Cleinias, you seem to imply, my friend, that convivial meetings, when rightly ordered, are an important element of education. Athenian, certainly I do. Cleinias, and can you show that what you have been saying is true? Athenian, to be absolutely sure of the truth of matters concerning which there are many opinions is an attribute of the gods, not given to man, stranger. But I shall be very happy to tell you what I think, especially as we are now proposing to enter on a discussion concerning laws and constitutions. Cleinias, your opinion, stranger, about the questions which are now being raised is precisely what we want to hear. Athenian, very good. I will try to find a way of explaining my meaning, and you shall try to have the gift of understanding me. But first let me make an apology. The Athenian citizen is reputed among all the Hellenes to be a great talker, whereas Sparta is renowned for brevity, and the Cretans have more wit than words. Now I am afraid of appearing to elicit a very long discourse out of very small materials, for drinking indeed may appear to be a slight matter, and yet is one which cannot be rightly ordered according to nature without correct principles of music. These are necessary to any clear or satisfactory treatment of the subject, and music again runs up into education generally, and there is much to be said about all this. What would you say, then, to leaving these matters for the present, and passing on to some other question of law? Megillus. O Athenian stranger, let me tell you what perhaps you do not know, that our family is the proxenus of your state. I imagine that from their earliest youth all boys, when they are told that they are the proxeni of a particular state, feel kindly towards their second country, and this has certainly been my own feeling. I can well remember from the days of my boyhood how, when any Lacedaemonians praised or blamed the Athenians, they used to say to me, "See, Megillus, how ill or how well, as the case might be, has your state treated us." And having always had to fight your battles against detractors, when I heard you assailed, I became warmly attached to you, and I always like to hear the Athenian tongue spoken. The common saying is quite true, that a good Athenian is more than ordinarily good, for he is the only man who is freely and genuinely good by the divine inspiration of his own nature, and is not manufactured. Therefore be assured that I shall like to hear you say whatever you have to say. Cleinias. Yes, stranger, and when you have heard me speak, say boldly what is in your thoughts. Let me remind you of a tie which unites you to Crete. You must have heard here the story of the prophet Epimenides, who was of my family and came to Athens 10 years before the Persian War, in accordance with the response of the oracle, and offered certain sacrifices which the god commanded. The Athenians were at that time in dread of the Persian invasion, and he said that for 10 years they would not come, and that when they came they would go away again without accomplishing any of their objects, and would suffer more evil than they inflicted. At that time my forefathers formed ties of hospitality with you. Thus ancient is the friendship which I and my parents have had for you. Athenian. You seem to be quite ready to listen, and I am also ready to perform as much as I can of an almost impossible task, which I will nevertheless attempt. At the outset of the discussion, let me define the nature and power of education, for this is the way by which our argument must travel onwards to the god Dionysus. Cleinias. Let us proceed, if you please. Athenian. Well, then, if I tell you what are my notions of education, will you consider whether they satisfy you? Cleinias. Let us hear. Athenian. According to my view, anyone who would be good at anything must practice that thing from his youth upwards, both in sport and earnest, in its several branches. For example, he who is to be a good builder should play at building children's houses, he who is to be a good husbandman at tilling the ground, and those who have the care of their education should provide them when young with mimic tools. They should learn beforehand the knowledge which they will afterwards require for their art. For example, the future carpenter should learn to measure or apply the line in play, and the future warrior should learn riding or some other exercise for amusement, and the teacher should endeavor to direct the children's inclinations and pleasures by the help of amusements to their final aim in life. The most important part of education is right training in the nursery. The soul of the child in his play should be guided to the love of that sort of excellence in which, when he grows up to manhood, he will have to be perfected. Do you agree with me thus far? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian. Then let us not leave the meaning of education ambiguous or ill-defined. At present, when we speak in terms of praise or blame about the bringing up of each person, we call one man educated and another uneducated, although the uneducated man may be sometimes very well educated for the calling of a retail trader or of a captain of a ship and the like. For we are not speaking of education in this narrower sense, but of that other education in virtue, from youth upwards, which makes a man eagerly pursue the ideal perfection of citizenship, and teaches him how rightly to rule and how to obey. This is the only education which, upon our view, deserves the name. That other sort of training, which aims at the acquisition of wealth, or bodily strength, or mere cleverness apart from intelligence and justice, is mean and illiberal, and is not worthy to be called education at all. But let us not quarrel with one another about a word, provided that the proposition which has just been granted hold good, to wit, that those who are rightly educated generally become good men. Neither must we cast a slight upon education, which is the first and fairest thing that the best of men can ever have, and which, though liable to take a wrong direction, is capable of reformation. And this work of reformation is the great business of every man while he lives. Cleinias, very true, and we entirely agree with you. Athenian, and we agreed before that they are good men who are able to rule themselves, and bad men who are not. Cleinias, you are quite right. Athenian, let me now proceed, if I can, to clear up the subject a little further by an illustration which I will offer you. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, do we not consider each of ourselves to be one? Cleinias, we do. Athenian, and each one of us has in his bosom two counselors, both foolish and also antagonistic, of which we call the one pleasure and the other pain. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, also there are opinions about the future which have the general name of expectations, and the specific name of fear when the expectation is of pain, and of hope when of pleasure. And further, there is reflection about the good or evil of them, and this, when embodied in a decree by the state, is called law. Cleinias, I am hardly able to follow you. Proceed, however, as if I were. Megillus, I am in the like case. Athenian, let us look at the matter thus. May we not conceive each of us living beings to be a puppet of the gods, either their plaything only, or created with a purpose? Which of the two we cannot certainly know. But we do know that these affections in us are like cords and strings, which pull us different and opposite ways, and to opposite actions, and herein lies the difference between virtue and vice. According to the argument, there is one among these cords which every man ought to grasp and never let go, but to pull with it against all the rest, and this is the sacred and golden cord of reason, called by us the common law of the state. There are others which are hard and of iron, but this one is soft, because golden, and there are several other kinds. Now we ought always to cooperate with the lead of the best, which is law, for inasmuch as reason is beautiful and gentle, and not violent, her rule must needs have ministers, in order to help the golden principle in vanquishing the other principles. And thus the moral of the tale about our being puppets will not have been lost, and the meaning of the expression superior or inferior to a man's self will become clearer, and the individual attaining to right reason in this matter of pulling the strings of the puppet should live according to its rule, while the city, receiving the same from some god or from one who has knowledge of these things, should embody it in a law to be her guide in her dealings with herself and with other states. In this way, virtue and vice will be more clearly distinguished by us, and when they have become clearer, education and other institutions will in like manner become clearer, and in particular that question of convivial entertainment, which may seem perhaps to have been a very trifling matter, and to have taken a great many more words than were necessary. CLEINIAS: Perhaps, however, the theme may turn out not to be unworthy of the length of discourse. ATHENIAN: Very good. Let us proceed with any inquiry which really bears on our present object. CLEINIAS: Proceed. ATHENIAN: Suppose that we give this puppet of ours drink. What will be the effect on him? CLEINIAS: Having what in view do you ask that question? ATHENIAN: Nothing as yet, but I ask generally, when the puppet is brought to the drink, what sort of result is likely to follow? I will endeavour to explain my meaning more clearly. What I am now asking is this: does the drinking of wine heighten and increase pleasures and pains and passions and loves? CLEINIAS: Very greatly. ATHENIAN: And are perception and memory, and opinion and prudence heightened and increased? Do not these qualities entirely desert a man if he becomes saturated with drink? CLEINIAS: Yes, they entirely desert him. ATHENIAN: Does he not return to the state of soul in which he was when a young child? CLEINIAS: He does. ATHENIAN: Then at that time he will have the least control over himself. CLEINIAS: The least. ATHENIAN: And will he not be in a most wretched plight? CLEINIAS: Most wretched. ATHENIAN: Then not only an old man, but also a drunkard becomes a second time a child. CLEINIAS: Well said, Stranger. ATHENIAN: Is there any argument which will prove to us that we ought to encourage the taste for drinking instead of doing all we can to avoid it? CLEINIAS: I suppose that there is. You, at any rate, were just now saying that you were ready to maintain such a doctrine. ATHENIAN: True, I was, and I am ready still, seeing that you have both declared that you are anxious to hear me. CLEINIAS: To be sure we are, if only for the strangeness of the paradox, which asserts that a man ought of his own accord to plunge into utter degradation. ATHENIAN: Are you speaking of the soul? CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: And what would you say about the body, my friend? Are you not surprised at any one of his own accord bringing upon himself deformity, leanness, ugliness, decrepitude? CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: Yet when a man goes of his own accord to a doctor's shop and takes medicine, is he not aware that soon and for many days afterwards he will be in a state of body which he would die rather than accept as the permanent condition of his life? Are not those who train in gymnasia at first beginning reduced to a state of weakness? CLEINIAS: Yes, all that is well known. ATHENIAN: Also that they go of their own accord for the sake of the subsequent benefit. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: And we may conceive this to be true in the same way of other practices. CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And the same view may be taken of the pastime of drinking wine, if we are right in supposing that the same good effect follows. CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: If such conviviality should turn out to have any advantage equal in importance to that of gymnastic, they are in their very nature to be preferred to mere bodily exercise, inasmuch as they have no accompaniment of pain. CLEINIAS: True, but I hardly think that we shall be able to discover any such benefits to be derived from them. ATHENIAN: That is just what we must endeavour to show. And let me ask you a question. Do we not distinguish two kinds of fear which are very different? CLEINIAS: What are they? ATHENIAN: There is the fear of expected evil. CLEINIAS: Yes. ATHENIAN: And there is the fear of an evil reputation. We are afraid of being thought evil because we do or say some dishonorable thing, which fear we and all men term shame. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, these are the two fears, as I call them, one of which is the opposite of pain, and other fears, and the opposite also of the greatest and most numerous sort of pleasures. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and does not the legislator and every one who is good for anything hold this fear in the greatest honour? This is what he terms reverence, and the confidence which is the reverse of this he terms insolence, and the latter he always deems to be a very great evil, both to individuals and to states. Cleinias, true. Athenian, does not this kind of fear preserve us in many important ways? What is there which so surely gives victory and safety in war? For there are two things which give victory: confidence before enemies, and fear of disgrace before friends. Cleinias, there are. Athenian, then each of us should be fearless and also fearful, and why we should be either has now been determined. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and when we want to make any one fearless, we and the law bring him face to face with many fears. Cleinias, clearly. Athenian, and when we want to make him rightly fearful, must we not introduce him to shameless pleasures, and train him to take up arms against them, and to overcome them? Or does this principle apply to courage only, and must he who would be perfect in valour fight against and overcome his own natural character, since if he be unpractised and inexperienced in such conflicts, he will not be half the man which he might have been? And are we to suppose that with temperance it is otherwise, and that he who has never fought with the shameless and unrighteous temptations of his pleasures and lusts, and conquered them in earnest and in play by word, deed, and act, will still be perfectly temperate? Cleinias, a most unlikely supposition. Athenian, suppose that some god had given a fear potion to men, and that the more a man drank of this, the more he regarded himself at every draught as a child of misfortune, and that he feared everything happening or about to happen to him, and that at last the most courageous of men utterly lost his presence of mind for a time, and only came to himself again when he had slept off the influence of the draught. Cleinias, but has such a draught stranger ever really been known among men? Athenian, no, but if there had been, might not such a draught have been of use to the legislator as a test of courage? Might we not go and say to him, O legislator, whether you are legislating for the Cretan or for any other state, would you not like to have a touchstone of the courage and cowardice of your citizens? Cleinias, I should, will be the answer of every one. Athenian, and you would rather have a touchstone in which there is no risk and no great danger than the reverse? Cleinias, in that proposition every one may safely agree. Athenian, and in order to make use of the draught, you would lead them amid these imaginary terrors, and prove them when the affection of fear was working upon them, and compel them to be fearless, exhorting and admonishing them, and also honouring them, but dishonouring any one who will not be persuaded by you to be in all respects such as you command him. And if he underwent the trial well and manfully, you would let him go unscathed. But if ill, you would inflict a punishment upon him. Or would you abstain from using the potion altogether, although you have no reason for abstaining? Cleinias, he would be certain, stranger, to use the potion. Athenian, this would be a mode of testing and training which would be wonderfully easy in comparison with those now in use, and might be applied to a single person or to a few, or indeed to any number, and he would do well who provided himself with the potion only, rather than with any number of other things, whether he preferred to be by himself in solitude, and there contend with his fears, because he was ashamed to be seen by the eye of man until he was perfect, or, trusting to the force of his own nature and habits, and believing that he had been already disciplined sufficiently, he did not hesitate to train himself in company with any number of others, and display his power in conquering the irresistible change effected by the draught, his virtue being such that he never in any instance fell into any great unseemliness, but was always himself, and left off before he arrived at the last cup, fearing that he, like all other men, might be overcome by the potion. Cleinias, yes, stranger, in that last case too, he might equally show his self-control. Athenian, let us return to the lawgiver and say to him, well, lawgiver, there is certainly no such fear potion which man has either received from the gods or himself discovered, for witchcraft has no place at our board. But is there any potion which might serve as a test of overboldness and excessive and indiscreet boasting? Cleinias, I suppose that he will say yes, meaning that wine is such a potion. Athenian, is not the effect of this quite the opposite of the effect of the other? When a man drinks wine, he begins to be better pleased with himself, and the more he drinks, the more he is filled full of brave hopes and conceit of his power, and at last the string of his tongue is loosened, and fancying himself wise, he is brimming over with lawlessness, and has no more fear or respect, and is ready to do or say anything. Cleinias, I think that every one will admit the truth of your description. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, now let us remember, as we were saying, that there are two things which should be cultivated in the soul. First, the greatest courage. Secondly, the greatest fear. Cleinias, which you said to be characteristic of reverence, if I am not mistaken. Athenian, thank you for reminding me, but now, as the habit of courage and fearlessness is to be trained amid fears, let us consider whether the opposite quality is not also to be trained among opposites. Cleinias, that is probably the case. Athenian, there are times and seasons at which we are by nature more than commonly valiant and bold. Now we ought to train ourselves on these occasions to be as free from impudence and shamelessness as possible, and to be afraid to say or suffer or do anything that is base. Cleinias, true. Athenian, are not the moments in which we are apt to be bold and shameless such as these, when we are under the influence of anger, love, pride, ignorance, avarice, cowardice, or when wealth, beauty, strength, and all the intoxicating workings of pleasure madden us? What is better adapted than the festive use of wine, in the first place to test, and in the second place to train the character of a man, if care be taken in the use of it? What is there cheaper or more innocent? For do but consider which is the greater risk. Would you rather test a man of a morose and savage nature, which is the source of 10,000 acts of injustice, by making bargains with him at a risk to yourself, or by having him as a companion at the festival of Dionysus? Or would you, if you wanted to apply a touchstone to a man who is prone to love, entrust your wife or your sons or daughters to him, periling your dearest interests in order to have a view of the condition of his soul? I might mention numberless cases in which the advantage would be manifest of getting to know a character in sport, and without paying dearly for experience. And I do not believe that either a Cretan or any other man will doubt that such a test is a fair test, and safer, cheaper, and speedier than any other. Cleinias, that is certainly true. Athenian, and this knowledge of the natures and habits of men's souls will be of the greatest use in that art which has the management of them, and that art if I am not mistaken, is politics. Cleinias, exactly so. End of Book 1. Book 2 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Part 1. Athenian. And now we have to consider whether the insight into human nature is the only benefit derived from well-ordered potations, or whether there are not other advantages, great and much to be desired. The argument seems to imply that there are, but how and in what way these are to be attained will have to be considered attentively, or we may be entangled in error. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, let me once more recall our doctrine of right education, which, if I am not mistaken, depends on the due regulation of convivial intercourse. Cleinias, you talk rather grandly. Athenian, pleasure and pain I maintain to be the first perceptions of children, and I say that they are the forms under which virtue and vice are originally present to them. As to wisdom and true and fixed opinions, happy is the man who acquires them, even when declining in years, and we may say that he who possesses them, and the blessings which are contained in them, is a perfect man. Now I mean by education that training which is given by suitable habits to the first instincts of virtue in children. When pleasure and friendship and pain and hatred are rightly implanted in souls not yet capable of understanding the nature of them, and who find them after they have attained reason to be in harmony with her. This harmony of the soul, taken as a whole, is virtue. But the particular training in respect of pleasure and pain, which leads you always to hate what you ought to hate and love what you ought to love from the beginning of life to the end, may be separated off, and in my view will be rightly called education. Cleinias, I think, stranger, that you are quite right in all that you have said and are saying about education. Athenian, I am glad to hear that you agree with me, for indeed the discipline of pleasure and pain, which, when rightly ordered, is a principle of education, has been often relaxed and corrupted in human life, and the gods, pitying the toils which our race is born to undergo, have appointed holy festivals, wherein men alternate rest with labour, and have given them the Muses and Apollo, the leader of the Muses, and Dionysus, to be companions in their revels, that they may improve their education by taking part in the festival of the gods, and with their help. I should like to know whether a common saying is in our opinion true to nature or not. For men say that the young of all creatures cannot be quiet in their bodies or in their voices. They are always wanting to move and cry out, some leaping and skipping and overflowing with sportiveness and delight at something, others uttering all sorts of cries. But whereas the animals have no perception of order or disorder in their movements, that is, of rhythm or harmony, as they are called to us, the gods who, as we say, have been appointed to be our companions in the dance, have given the pleasurable sense of harmony and rhythm. And so they stir us into life, and we follow them, joining hands together in dances and songs, and these they call choruses, which is a term naturally expressive of cheerfulness. Shall we begin, then, with the acknowledgment that education is first given through Apollo and the Muses? What do you say? Cleinias, I assent. Athenian, and the uneducated is he who has not been trained in the chorus, and the educated is he who has been well trained. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and the chorus is made up of two parts, dance and song. Cleinias. True. Athenian. Then he who is well educated will be able to sing and dance well. Cleinias. I suppose that he will. Athenian. Let us see. What are we saying? Cleinias. What? Athenian. He sings well and dances well. Now must we add that he sings what is good and dances what is good? Cleinias. Let us make the addition. Athenian. We will suppose that he knows the good to be good and the bad to be bad, and makes use of them accordingly, which now is the better trained in dancing and music, he who is able to move his body and to use his voice in what is understood to be the right manner, but has no delight in good or hatred of evil, or he who is incorrect in gesture and voice, but is right in his sense of pleasure and pain, and welcomes what is good and is offended at what is evil. Cleinias. There is a great difference, stranger, in the two kinds of education. Athenian. If we three know what is good in song and dance, then we truly know also who is educated and who is uneducated. But if not, then we certainly shall not know wherein lies the safeguard of education, and whether there is any or not. Cleinias. True. Athenian. Let us follow the scent like hounds, and go in pursuit of beauty of figure, and melody, and song, and dance. If these escape us, there will be no use in talking about true education, whether Hellenic or barbarian. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian. And what is beauty of figure or beautiful melody? When a manly soul is in trouble, and when a cowardly soul is in similar case, are they likely to use the same figures and gestures, or to give utterance to the same sounds? Cleinias. How can they, when the very colours of their faces differ? Athenian. Good, my friend. I may observe, however, in passing, that in music there certainly are figures and there are melodies, and music is concerned with harmony and rhythm, so that you may speak of a melody or figure having good rhythm or good harmony. The term is correct enough. But to speak metaphorically of a melody or figure having a good colour, as the masters of choruses do, is not allowable. Although you can speak of the melodies or figures of the brave and the coward, praising the one and censuring the other. And not to be tedious, let us say that the figures and melodies which are expressive of virtue of soul or body, or of images of virtue, are without exception good, and those which are expressive of vice are the reverse of good. Cleinias. Your suggestion is excellent, and let us answer that these things are so. Athenian. Once more, are all of us equally delighted with every sort of dance? Cleinias. Far otherwise. Athenian. What then leads us astray? Are beautiful things not the same to us all? Or are they the same in themselves, but not in our opinion of them? For no one will admit that forms of vice in the dance are more beautiful than forms of virtue, or that he himself delights in the forms of vice, and others in a muse of another character. And yet most persons say that the excellence of music is to give pleasure to our souls. But this is intolerable and blasphemous. There is, however, a much more plausible account of the delusion. Cleinias. What? Athenian. The adaptation of art to the characters of men. Choric movements are imitations of manners occurring in various actions, fortunes, dispositions. Each particular is imitated, and those to whom the words or songs or dances are suited, either by nature or habit or both, cannot help feeling pleasure in them, and applauding them, and calling them beautiful. But those whose natures or ways or habits are unsuited to them cannot delight in them or applaud them, and they call them base. There are others, again, whose natures are right and their habits wrong, or whose habits are right and their natures wrong, and they praise one thing but are pleased at another. For they say that all these imitations are pleasant but not good, and in the presence of those whom they think wise, they are ashamed of dancing and singing in the baser manner, or of deliberately lending any countenance to such proceedings, and yet they have a secret pleasure in them. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: And is any harm done to the lover of vicious dances or songs, or any good done to the approver of the opposite sort of pleasure? CLEINIAS: I think that there is. ATHENIAN: I think is not the word, but I would say rather, I am certain. For must they not have the same effect as when a man associates with bad characters, whom he likes and approves rather than dislikes, and only censures playfully because he has a suspicion of his own badness? In that case, he who takes pleasure in them will surely become like those in whom he takes pleasure, even though he be ashamed to praise them. And what greater good or evil can any destiny ever make us undergo? CLEINIAS: I know of none. ATHENIAN: Then in a city which has good laws, or in future ages is to have them, bearing in mind the instruction and amusement which are given by music, can we suppose that the poets are to be allowed to teach in the dance anything which they themselves like in the way of rhythm or melody or words to the young children of any well-conditioned parents? Is the poet to train his choruses as he pleases, without reference to virtue or vice? CLEINIAS: That is surely quite unreasonable, and is not to be thought of. ATHENIAN: And yet he may do this in almost any state, with the exception of Egypt. CLEINIAS: And what are the laws about music and dancing in Egypt? ATHENIAN: You will wonder when I tell you. Long ago they appear to have recognized the very principle of which we are now speaking, that their young citizens must be habituated to forms and strains of virtue. These they fixed and exhibited the patterns of them in their temples, and no painter or artist is allowed to innovate upon them, or to leave the traditional forms and invent new ones. To this day no alteration is allowed either in these arts or in music at all. And you will find that their works of art are painted or moulded in the same forms which they had 10,000 years ago. This is literally true, and no exaggeration. Their ancient paintings and sculptures are not a whit better or worse than the work of today, but are made with just the same skill. CLEINIAS: How extraordinary! ATHENIAN: I should rather say, how statesmanlike, how worthy of a legislator. I know that other things in Egypt are not so well, but what I am telling you about music is true and deserving of consideration, because showing that a lawgiver may institute melodies which have a natural truth and correctness without any fear of failure. To do this, however, must be the work of God, or of a divine person. In Egypt they have a tradition that their ancient chants, which have been preserved for so many ages, are the composition of the goddess Isis. And therefore, as I was saying, if a person can only find in any way the natural melodies, he may confidently embody them in a fixed and legal form. For the love of novelty, which arises out of pleasure in the new and weariness of the old, has not strength enough to corrupt the consecrated song and dance under the plea that they have become antiquated. At any rate, they are far from being corrupted in Egypt. CLEINIAS: Your arguments seem to prove your point. ATHENIAN: May we not confidently say that the true use of music and of choral festivities is as follows: we rejoice when we think that we prosper, and again we think that we prosper when we rejoice. Cleinias. Exactly. Athenian. And when rejoicing in our good fortune, we are unable to be still. Cleinias. True. Athenian. Our young men break forth into dancing and singing, and we who are their elders deem that we are fulfilling our part in life when we look on at them. Having lost our agility, we delight in their sports and merry-making, because we love to think of our former selves, and gladly institute contests for those who are able to awaken in us the memory of our youth. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian. Is it altogether unmeaning to say, as the common people do about festivals, that he should be adjudged the wisest of men, and the winner of the palm, who gives us the greatest amount of pleasure and mirth? For on such occasions, and when mirth is the order of the day, ought not he to be honoured most, and, as I was saying, bear the palm, who gives most mirth to the greatest number? Now, is this a true way of speaking or of acting? Cleinias. Possibly. Athenian. But, my dear friend, let us distinguish between different cases, and not be hasty in forming a judgment. One way of considering the question will be to imagine a festival at which there are entertainments of all sorts, including gymnastic, musical, and equestrian contests. The citizens are assembled, prizes are offered, and proclamation is made that any one who likes may enter the lists, and that he is to bear the palm who gives the most pleasure to the spectators. There is to be no regulation about the manner how, but he who is most successful in giving pleasure is to be crowned victor, and deemed to be the pleasantest of the candidates. What is likely to be the result of such a proclamation? Cleinias. In what respect? Athenian. There would be various exhibitions. One man, like Homer, will exhibit a rhapsody, another a performance on the lute, one will have a tragedy, and another a comedy. Nor would there be anything astonishing in some one imagining that he could gain the prize by exhibiting a puppet show. Suppose these competitors to meet, and not these only, but innumerable others as well. Can you tell me who ought to be the victor? Cleinias. I do not see how any one can answer you, or pretend to know, unless he has heard with his own ears the several competitors. The question is absurd. Athenian. Well, then, if neither of you can answer, shall I answer this question which you deem so absurd? Cleinias. By all means. Athenian. If very small children are to determine the question, they will decide for the puppet show. Cleinias. Of course. Athenian. The older children will be advocates of comedy. Educated women and young men, and people in general, will favour tragedy. Cleinias. Very likely. Athenian. And I believe that we old men would have the greatest pleasure in hearing a rhapsodist recite well the Iliad and Odyssey, or one of the Hesiodic poems, and would award the victory to him. But who would really be the victor? That is the question. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian. Clearly you and I will have to declare that those whom we old men adjudge victors ought to win, for our ways are far and away better than any which at present exist anywhere in the world. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian. Thus far I too should agree with the many that the excellence of music is to be measured by pleasure, but the pleasure must not be that of chance persons. The fairest music is that which delights the best and best educated, and especially that which delights the one man who is preeminent in virtue and education. And therefore the judges must be men of character, for they will require both wisdom and courage. The true judge must not draw his inspiration from the theatre, nor ought he to be unnerved by the clamour of the many and his own incapacity, nor again, knowing the truth, ought he, through cowardice and unmanliness, carelessly to deliver a lying judgment with the very same lips which have just appealed to the gods before he judged. He is sitting not as the disciple of the theatre, but in his proper place as their instructor, and he ought to be the enemy of all pandering to the pleasure of the spectators. The ancient and common custom of Hellas, which still prevails in Italy and Sicily, did certainly leave the judgment to the body of spectators, who determined the victor by show of hands. But this custom has been the destruction of the poets, for they are now in the habit of composing with a view to please the bad taste of their judges, and the result is that the spectators instruct themselves. And also it has been the ruin of the theatre. They ought to be having characters put before them better than their own, and so receiving a higher pleasure. But now, by their own act, the opposite result follows. What inference is to be drawn from all this? Shall I tell you? CLEINIAS: What? ATHENIAN: The inference at which we arrive for the third or fourth time is, that education is the constraining and directing of youth towards that right reason which the law affirms, and which the experience of the eldest and best has agreed to be truly right. In order, then, that the soul of the child may not be habituated to feel joy and sorrow in a manner at variance with the law, and those who obey the law, but may rather follow the law and rejoice in sorrow at the same things as the aged, in order, I say, to produce this effect, chants appear to have been invented which really enchant, and are designed to implant that harmony of which we speak. And because the mind of the child is incapable of enduring serious training, they are called plays and songs, and are performed in play. Just as when men are sick and ailing in their bodies, their attendants give them wholesome diet in pleasant meats and drinks, but unwholesome diet in disagreeable things, in order that they may learn as they ought to like the one and to dislike the other. And similarly, the true legislator will persuade, and if he cannot persuade, will compel the poet to express as he ought, by fair and noble words, in his rhythms the figures, and in his melodies the music of temperate and brave, and in every way good men. CLEINIAS: But do you really imagine, Stranger, that this is the way in which poets generally compose in states at the present day? As far as I can observe, except among us and among the Lacedaemonians, there are no regulations like those of which you speak. In other places novelties are always being introduced in dancing and in music, generally not under the authority of any law, but at the instigation of lawless pleasures. And these pleasures are so far from being the same as you describe the Egyptian to be, or having the same principles, that they are never the same. ATHENIAN: Most true, Cleinias, and I dare say that I may have expressed myself obscurely, and so led you to imagine that I was speaking of some really existing state of things, whereas I was only saying what regulations I would like to have about music, and hence there occurred a misapprehension on your part. For when evils are far gone and irremediable, the task of censuring them is never pleasant, although at times necessary. But as we do not really differ, will you let me ask you whether you consider such institutions to be more prevalent among the Cretans and Lacedaemonians than among the other Hellenes? CLEINIAS: Certainly they are. ATHENIAN: And if they were extended to the other Hellenes, would it be an improvement on the present state of things? Cleinias, a very great improvement, if the customs which prevail among them were such as prevail among us and the Lacedaemonians, and such as you were just now saying ought to prevail. Athenian, let us see whether we understand one another. Are not the principles of education and music which prevail among you as follows? You compel your poets to say that the good man, if he be temperate and just, is fortunate and happy, and this whether he be great and strong, or small and weak, and whether he be rich or poor. And on the other hand, if he have a wealth passing that of Cinyras or Midas, and be unjust, he is wretched and lives in misery. As the poet says, and with truth, I sing not, I care not about him who accomplishes all noble things, not having justice. Let him who draws near and stretches out his hand against his enemies be a just man. But if he be unjust, I would not have him look calmly upon bloody death, nor surpass in swiftness the Thracian Boreas, and let no other thing that is called good ever be his. For the goods of which the many speak are not really good. First in the catalogue is placed health, beauty, next wealth, third, and then innumerable others, as for example, to have a keen eye or a quick ear, and in general to have all the senses perfect, or again to be a tyrant and do as you like. And the final consummation of happiness is to have acquired all these things, and when you have acquired them, to become at once immortal. But you and I say that while to the just and holy all these things are the best of possessions, to the unjust they are all, including even health, the greatest of evils. For in truth, to have sight and hearing and the use of the senses, or to live at all without justice and virtue, even though a man be rich in all the so-called goods of fortune, is the greatest of evils, if life be immortal, but not so great if the bad man lives only a very short time. These are the truths which, if I am not mistaken, you will persuade or compel your poets to utter with suitable accompaniments of harmony and rhythm. And in these they must train up your youth. Am I not right? For I plainly declare that evils, as they are termed, are goods to the unjust, and only evils to the just, and that goods are truly good to the good, but evil to the evil. Let me ask again, are you and I agreed about this? Cleinias, I think that we partly agree and partly do not. Athenian, when a man has health and wealth and a tyranny which lasts, and when he is preeminent in strength and courage, and has the gift of immortality, and none of the so-called evils which counterbalance these goods, but only the injustice and insolence of his own nature, of such an one you are, I suspect, unwilling to believe that he is miserable rather than happy. Cleinias, that is quite true. Athenian, once more, suppose that he be valiant and strong, and handsome and rich, and does throughout his whole life whatever he likes. Still, if he be unrighteous and insolent, would not both of you agree that he will of necessity live basely? You will surely grant so much. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and an evil life too. Cleinias, I am not equally disposed to grant that. Athenian, will he not live painfully and to his own disadvantage? Cleinias, how can I possibly say so? Athenian, how? Then may heaven make us to be of one mind, for now we are of two. To me, dear Cleinias, the truth of what I am saying is as plain as the fact that Crete is an island. And if I were a lawgiver, I would try to make the poets and all the citizens speak in this strain, and I would inflict the heaviest penalties on any one in all the land who should dare to say that there are bad men who lead pleasant lives, or that the profitable and gainful is one thing and the just another. And there are many other matters about which I should make my citizens speak in a manner different from the Cretans and Lacedaemonians of this age, and I may say indeed from the world in general. For tell me, my good friends, by Zeus and Apollo, tell me, if I were to ask these same gods who were your legislators, is not the most just life also the pleasantest? Or are there two lives, one of which is the justest and the other the pleasantest? And they were to reply that there are two. And thereupon I proceeded to ask, that would be the right way of pursuing the inquiry, which are the happier, those who lead the justest or those who lead the pleasantest life? And they replied, those who lead the pleasantest. That would be a very strange answer, which I should not like to put into the mouth of the gods. The words will come with more propriety from the lips of fathers and legislators, and therefore I will repeat my former questions to one of them, and suppose him to say again that he who leads the pleasantest life is the happiest. And to that I rejoin, O my father, did you not wish me to live as happily as possible? And yet you also never cease telling me that I should live as justly as possible. Now here the giver of the rule, whether he be legislator or father, will be in a dilemma, and will in vain endeavour to be consistent with himself. But if he were to declare that the justest life is also the happiest, every one hearing him would inquire, if I am not mistaken, what is that good and noble principle in life which the law approves, and which is superior to pleasure? For what good can the just man have which is separated from pleasure? Shall we say that glory and fame coming from gods and men, though good and noble, are nevertheless unpleasant, and infamy pleasant? Certainly not, sweet legislator. Or shall we say that the not doing of wrong, and there being no wrong done, is good and honourable, although there is no pleasure in it, and that the doing wrong is pleasant, but evil and base? Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian. The view which identifies the pleasant and the just and the good and the noble has an excellent moral and religious tendency, and the opposite view is most at variance with the designs of the legislator, and is in his opinion infamous, for no one, if he can help, will be persuaded to do that which gives him more pain than pleasure. But as distant prospects are apt to make us dizzy, especially in childhood, the legislator will try to purge away the darkness and exhibit the truth. He will persuade the citizens in some way or other, by customs and praises and words, that just and unjust are shadows only, and that injustice, which seems opposed to justice when contemplated by the unjust and evil man, appears pleasant, and the just most unpleasant, but that, from the just man's point of view, the very opposite is the appearance of both of them. Cleinias. True. End of Book 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Athenian. And which may be supposed to be the truer judgment, that of the inferior or of the better soul? Cleinias. Surely that of the better soul. Athenian. Then the unjust life must not only be more base and depraved, but also more unpleasant than the just and holy life. Cleinias. That seems to be implied in the present argument. Athenian. And even supposing this were otherwise, and not as the argument has proven, still the lawgiver, who is worth anything if he ever ventures to tell a lie to the young for their good, could not invent a more useful lie than this, or one which will have a better effect in making them do what is right, not on compulsion, but voluntarily. Cleinias, truth, stranger, is a noble thing and a lasting, but a thing of which men are hard to be persuaded. Athenian, and yet the story of the Sidonian Cadmus, which is so improbable, has been readily believed, and also innumerable other tales. Cleinias, what is that story? Athenian, the story of armed men springing up after the sowing of teeth, which the legislator may take as a proof that he can persuade the minds of the young of anything, so that he has only to reflect and find out what belief will be of the greatest public advantage, and then use all his efforts to make the whole community utter one and the same word in their songs and tales and discourses all their life long. But if you do not agree with me, there is no reason why you should not argue on the other side. Cleinias, I do not see that any argument can fairly be raised by either of us against what you are now saying. Athenian, the next suggestion which I have to offer is that all our three choruses shall sing to the young and tender souls of children, reciting in their strains all the noble thoughts of which we have already spoken or are about to speak, and the sum of them shall be that the life which is by the gods deemed to be the happiest is also the best. We shall affirm this to be a most certain truth, and the minds of our young disciples will be more likely to receive these words of ours than any others which we might address to them. Cleinias, I assent to what you say. Athenian, first will enter in their natural order the sacred choir composed of children, which is to sing lustily the heaven-taught lay to the whole city. Next will follow the choir of young men under the age of 30, who will call upon the god Paean to testify to the truth of their words, and will pray him to be gracious to the youth and to turn their hearts. Thirdly, the choir of elder men, who are from 30 to 60 years of age, will also sing. There remain those who are too old to sing, and they will tell stories, illustrating the same virtues as with the voice of an oracle. Cleinias, who are those who compose the third choir, stranger? For I do not clearly understand what you mean to say about them. Athenian, and yet almost all that I have been saying has been said with a view to them. Cleinias, will you try to be a little plainer? Athenian, I was speaking at the commencement of our discourse, as you will remember, of the fiery nature of young creatures. I said that they were unable to keep quiet either in limb or voice, and that they called out and jumped about in a disorderly manner, and that no other animal attained to any perception of order but man only. Now the order of motion is called rhythm, and the order of the voice, in which high and low are duly mingled, is called harmony, and both together are termed choric song. And I said that the gods had pity on us and gave us Apollo and the Muses to be our playfellows and leaders in the dance, and Dionysus, as I dare say that you will remember, was the third. Cleinias, I quite remember. Athenian, thus far I have spoken of the chorus of Apollo and the Muses, and I have still to speak of the remaining chorus, which is that of Dionysus. Cleinias, how is that arranged? There is something strange, at any rate on first hearing, in a Dionysiac chorus of old men, if you really mean that those who are above 30 and maybe 50 or from 50 to 60 years of age are to dance in his honor. Athenian, very true, and therefore it must be shown that there is good reason for the proposal. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, are we agreed thus far? Cleinias, about what?
Athenian, that every man and boy, slave and free, both sexes and the whole city, should never cease charming themselves with the strains of which we have spoken, and that there should be every sort of change and variation of them in order to take away the effect of sameness, so that the singers may always receive pleasure from their hymns and may never weary of them. Cleinias, every one will agree. Athenian, where then will that best part of our city, which, by reason of age and intelligence, has the greatest influence, sing these fairest of strains which are to do so much good? Shall we be so foolish as to let them off who would give us the most beautiful and also the most useful of songs? Cleinias, but, says the argument, we cannot let them off. Athenian, then how can we carry out our purpose with decorum? Will this be the way? Cleinias, what? Athenian, when a man is advancing in years, he is afraid and reluctant to sing. He has no pleasure in his own performances, and if compulsion is used, he will be more and more ashamed the older and more discreet he grows. Is not this true? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, well, and will he not be yet more ashamed if he has to stand up and sing in the theatre to a mixed audience, and if, moreover, when he is required to do so, like the other choirs who contend for prizes and have been trained under a singing master, he is pinched and hungry, he will certainly have a feeling of shame and discomfort which will make him very unwilling to exhibit. Cleinias, no doubt. Athenian, how then shall we reassure him and get him to sing? Shall we begin by enacting that boys shall not taste wine at all until they are 18 years of age? We will tell them that fire must not be poured upon fire, whether in the body or in the soul, until they begin to go to work. This is a precaution which has to be taken against the excitableness of youth. Afterwards they may taste wine in moderation up to the age of 30, but while a man is young he should abstain altogether from intoxication and from excess of wine. When at length he has reached 40 years, after dinner at a public mess, he may invite not only the other gods, but Dionysus above all, to the mystery and festivity of the elder men, making use of the wine which he has given men to lighten the sourness of old age, that in age we may renew our youth and forget our sorrows, and also in order that the nature of the soul, like iron melted in the fire, may become softer and so more impressible. In the first place, will not any one who is thus mellowed be more ready and less ashamed to sing? I do not say before a large audience, but before a moderate company, nor yet among strangers, but among his familiars, and, as we have often said, to chant and to enchant. Cleinias, he will be far more ready. Athenian, there will be no impropriety in our using such a method of persuading them to join with us in song. Cleinias, none at all. Athenian, and what strain will they sing, and what muse will they hymn? The strain should clearly be one suitable to them. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and what strain is suitable for heroes? Shall they sing a choric strain? Cleinias, truly, stranger, we of Crete and Lacedaemon know no strain other than that which we have learnt and been accustomed to sing in our chorus. Athenian, I dare say, for you have never acquired the knowledge of the most beautiful kind of song in your military way of life, which is modelled after the camp, and is not like that of dwellers in cities. and you have your young men herding and feeding together like young colts. No one takes his own individual colt and drags him away from his fellows against his will, raging and foaming, and gives him a groom to attend to him alone, and trains and rubs him down privately, and gives him the qualities in education which will make him not only a good soldier, but also a governor of a state and of cities. Such an one, as we said at first, would be a greater warrior than he of whom Tyrtaeus sings, and he would honor courage everywhere, but always as the fourth and not as the first part of virtue, either in individuals or states. Cleinias, once more, stranger, I must complain that you depreciate our lawgivers. Athenian, not intentionally, if at all, my good friend, but whither the argument leads, thither let us follow. For if there be indeed some strain of song more beautiful than that of the choruses or the public theatres, I should like to impart it to those who, as we say, are ashamed of these, and want to have the best. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, when things have an accompanying charm, either the best thing in them is this very charm, or there is some rightness or utility possessed by them. For example, I should say that eating and drinking and the use of food in general have an accompanying charm which we call pleasure, but that this rightness and utility is just the healthfulness of the things served up to us, which is their true rightness. Cleinias, just so. Athenian, thus, too, I should say that learning has a certain accompanying charm, which is the pleasure, but that the right and the profitable, the good and the noble, are qualities which the truth gives to it. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, and so in the imitative arts, if they succeed in making likenesses and are accompanied by pleasure, may not their works be said to have a charm? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, but equal proportions, whether of quality or quantity, and not pleasure, speaking generally, would give them truth or rightness. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, then that only can be rightly judged by the standard of pleasure, which makes or furnishes no utility or truth or likeness, nor on the other hand is productive of any hurtful quality, but exists solely for the sake of the accompanying charm. And the term pleasure is most appropriately applied to it when these other qualities are absent. Cleinias, you are speaking of harmless pleasure, are you not? Athenian, yes, and this I term amusement, when doing neither harm nor good in any degree worth speaking of. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, then if such be our principles, we must assert that imitation is not to be judged of by pleasure and false opinion, and this is true of all equality, for the equal is not equal, or the symmetrical symmetrical, because somebody thinks or likes something, but they are to be judged of by the standard of truth, and by no other whatever. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, do we not regard all music as representative and imitative? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, then when anyone says that music is to be judged of by pleasure, his doctrine cannot be admitted. And if there be any music of which pleasure is the criterion, such music is not to be sought out or deemed to have any real excellence, but only that other kind of music which is an imitation of the good. Cleinias, very true. Athenian. And those who seek for the best kind of song and music ought not to seek for that which is pleasant, but for that which is true. And the truth of imitation consists, as we were saying, in rendering the thing imitated according to quantity and quality. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian. And every one will admit that musical compositions are all imitative and representative. Will not poets and spectators and actors all agree in this? Cleinias. They will. Athenian. Surely then he who would judge correctly must know what each composition is. For if he does not know what is the character and meaning of the piece and what it represents, he will never discern whether the intention is true or false. Cleinias. Certainly not. Athenian. And will he who does not know what is true be able to distinguish what is good and bad? My statement is not very clear, but perhaps you will understand me better if I put the matter in another way. Cleinias. How? Athenian. There are 10,000 likenesses of objects of sight. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian. And can he who does not know what the exact object is which is imitated ever know whether the resemblance is truthfully executed? I mean, for example, whether a statue has the proportions of a body and the true situation of the parts, what those proportions are, and how the parts fit into one another in due order. Also their colors and conformations, or whether this is all confused in the execution. Do you think that anyone can know about this who does not know what the animal is which has been imitated? Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian. But even if we know that the thing pictured or sculptured is a man who has received at the hand of the artist all his proper parts and colors and shapes, must we not also know whether the work is beautiful or in any respect deficient in beauty? Cleinias. If this were not required, stranger, we should all of us be judges of beauty. Athenian. Very true. And may we not say that in everything imitated, whether in drawing, music, or any other art, he who is to be a competent judge must possess three things. He must know in the first place of what the imitation is. Secondly, he must know that it is true, and thirdly, that it has been well executed in words and melodies and rhythms. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian. Then let us not faint in discussing the peculiar difficulty of music. Music is more celebrated than any other kind of imitation, and therefore requires the greatest care of them all. For if a man makes a mistake here, he may do himself the greatest injury by welcoming evil dispositions, and the mistake may be very difficult to discern, because the poets are artists very inferior in character to the Muses themselves, who would never fall into the monstrous error of assigning to the words of men the gestures and songs of women, nor, after combining the melodies with the gestures of freemen, would they add on the rhythms of slaves and men of the baser sort, nor, beginning with the rhythms and gestures of freemen, would they assign to them a melody or words which are of an opposite character, nor would they mix up the voices and sounds of animals and of men and instruments and every other sort of noise, as if they were all one. But human poets are fond of introducing this sort of inconsistent mixture, and so make themselves ridiculous in the eyes of those who, as Orpheus says, are ripe for true pleasure. The experienced see all this confusion, and yet the poets go on and make still further havoc by separating the rhythm and the figure of the dance from the melody, setting bare words to meter, and also separating the melody and the rhythm from the words, using the lyre or the flute alone. For when there are no words, it is very difficult to recognize the meaning of the harmony and rhythm, or to see that any worthy object is imitated by them. And we must acknowledge that all this sort of thing, which aims only at swiftness and smoothness and a brutish noise, and uses the flute and the lyre not as the mere accompaniments of the dance and song, is exceedingly coarse and tasteless. The use of either instrument, when unaccompanied, leads to every sort of irregularity and trickery. This is all rational enough, but we are considering not how our choristers, who are from 30 to 50 years of age, and maybe over 50, are not to use the muses, but how they are to use them, and the considerations which we have urged seem to show in what way these 50 years old choristers who are to sing may be expected to be better trained, for they need to have a quick perception and knowledge of harmonies and rhythms. Otherwise, how can they ever know whether a melody would be rightly sung to the Dorian mode or to the rhythm which the poet has assigned to it? Cleinias, clearly they cannot. Athenian, the many are ridiculous in imagining that they know what is in proper harmony and rhythm and what is not, when they can only be made to sing and step in rhythm by force. It never occurs to them that they are ignorant of what they are doing. Now, every melody is right when it has suitable harmony and rhythm, and wrong when unsuitable. Cleinias, that is most certain. Athenian, but can a man who does not know a thing, as we were saying, know that the thing is right? Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, then now, as would appear, we are making the discovery that our newly appointed choristers, whom we hereby invite, and although they are their own masters, compelled to sing, must be educated to such an extent as to be able to follow the steps of the rhythm and the notes of the song, that they may know the harmonies and rhythms, and be able to select what are suitable for men of their age and character to sing, and may sing them and have innocent pleasure from their own performance, and also lead younger men to welcome with dutiful delight good dispositions. Having such training, they will attain a more accurate knowledge than falls to the lot of the common people, or even of the poets themselves. For the poet need not know the third point, viz., whether the imitation is good or not, though he can hardly help knowing the laws of melody and rhythm. But the aged chorus must know all the three, that they may choose the best, and that which is nearest to the best, for otherwise they will never be able to charm the souls of young men in the way of virtue. And now the original design of the argument, which was intended to bring eloquent aid to the chorus of Dionysus, has been accomplished to the best of our ability, and let us see whether we were right. I should imagine that a drinking assembly is likely to become more and more tumultuous as the drinking goes on. This, as we were saying at first, will certainly be the case. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, every man has a more than natural elevation. His heart is glad within him, and he will say anything and will be restrained by nobody at such a time. He fancies that he is able to rule over himself and all mankind. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, were we not saying that on such occasions the souls of the drinkers become like iron heated in the fire, and grow softer and younger, and are easily moulded by him who knows how to educate and fashion them, just as when they were young, and that this fashioner of them is the same who prescribed for them in the days of their youth, viz., the good legislator, and that he ought to enact laws of the banquet, which, when a man is confident, bold, and impudent, and unwilling to wait his turn, and have his share of silence and speech, and drinking and music, will change his character into the opposite. Such laws as will infuse into him a just and noble fear, which will take up arms at the approach of insolence, being that divine fear which we have called reverence and shame. Cleinias. True. Athenian. And the guardians of these laws and fellow workers with them are the calm and sober generals of the drinkers. And without their help there is greater difficulty in fighting against drink than in fighting against enemies when the commander of an army is not himself calm. And he who is unwilling to obey them, and the commanders of Dionysiac feasts, who are more than 60 years of age, shall suffer a disgrace as great as he who disobeys military leaders, or even greater. Cleinias. Right. Athenian. If then drinking and amusement were regulated in this way, would not the companions of our revels be improved? They would part better friends than they were, and not, as now, enemies. Their whole intercourse would be regulated by law and observant of it, and the sober would be the leaders of the drunken. Cleinias. I think so too, if drinking were regulated as you propose. Athenian. Let us not then simply censure the gift of Dionysus as bad and unfit to be received into the state, for wine has many excellences, and one preeminent one, about which there is a difficulty in speaking to the many, from a fear of their misconceiving and misunderstanding what is said. Cleinias. To what do you refer? Athenian. There is a tradition or story which has somehow crept about the world that Dionysus was robbed of his wits by his stepmother Here, and that out of revenge he inspires Bacchic furies and dancing madnesses in others, for which reason he gave men wine. Such traditions concerning the gods I leave to those who think that they may be safely uttered. Compare EUTHYPH, period, semicolon, republic, end of parentheses. I only know that no animal at birth is mature or perfect in intelligence, and in the intermediate period in which he has not yet acquired his own proper sense, he rages and roars without rhyme or reason, and when he has once got on his legs, he jumps about without rhyme or reason, and this, as you will remember, has been already said by us to be the origin of music and gymnastic. Cleinias. To be sure, I remember. Athenian. And did we not say that the sense of harmony and rhythm sprang from this beginning among men, and that Apollo and the Muses and Dionysus were the gods whom we had to thank for them? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian. The other story implied that wine was given man out of revenge, and in order to make him mad. But our present doctrine, on the contrary, is that wine was given him as a balm, and in order to implant modesty in the soul, and health and strength in the body. Cleinias. That, stranger, is precisely what was said. Athenian. Then half the subject may now be considered to have been discussed. Shall we proceed to the consideration of the other half? Cleinias. What is the other half, and how do you divide the subject? Athenian. The whole choral art is also, in our view, the whole of education, and of this art, rhythms and harmonies form the part which has to do with the voice. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian. The movement of the body has rhythm in common with the movement of the voice, but gesture is peculiar to it, whereas song is simply the movement of the voice. Cleinias. Most true. Athenian. And the sound of the voice, which reaches and educates the soul, we have ventured to term music. Cleinias. We were right. Athenian. And the movement of the body, when regarded as an amusement, we termed dancing. But when extended and pursued with a view to the excellence of the body, this scientific training may be called gymnastic. Cleinias. Exactly. Athenian, music, which was one half of the choral art, may be said to have been completely discussed. Shall we proceed to the other half, or not? What would you like? Cleinias, my good friend, when you are talking with a Cretan and a Lacedaemonian, and we have discussed music and not gymnastic, what answer are either of us likely to make to such an inquiry? Athenian, an answer is contained in your question, and I understand and accept what you say, not only as an answer, but also as a command to proceed with gymnastic. Cleinias, you quite understand me. Do as you say. Athenian, I will, and there will not be any difficulty in speaking intelligibly to you about a subject with which both of you are far more familiar than with music. Cleinias, there will not. Athenian, is not the origin of gymnastics too to be sought in the tendency to rapid motion which exists in all animals? Man, as we were saying, having attained the sense of rhythm, created and invented dancing, and melody arousing and awakening rhythm, both united, formed the choral art. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and one part of this subject has been already discussed by us, and there still remains another to be discussed. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, I have first a final word to add to my discourse about drink, if you will allow me to do so. Cleinias, what more have you to say? Athenian, I should say that if a city seriously means to adopt the practice of drinking under due regulation and with a view to the enforcement of temperance, and in like manner and on the same principle will allow of other pleasures, designing to gain the victory over them, in this way all of them may be used. But if the state makes drinking an amusement only, and whoever likes may drink whenever he likes and with whom he likes, and add to this any other indulgences, I shall never agree or allow that this city or this man should practice drinking. I would go further than the Cretans and Lacedaemonians, and am disposed rather to the law of the Carthaginians, that no one while he is on a campaign should be allowed to taste wine at all, but that he should drink water during all that time, and that in the city no slave, male or female, should ever drink wine, and that no magistrates should drink during their year of office, nor should pilots of vessels or judges, while on duty, taste wine at all, nor any one who is going to hold a consultation about any matter of importance, nor in the daytime at all, unless in consequence of exercise or as a medicine, nor again at night, when any one, either man or woman, is minded to get children. There are numberless other cases also in which those who have good sense and good laws ought not to drink wine, so that if what I say is true, no city will need many vineyards. Their husbandry and their way of life in general will follow an appointed order, and their cultivation of the vine will be the most limited and the least common of their employments. And this, stranger, shall be the crown of my discourse about wine, if you agree. Cleinias, excellent. We agree. End of Book 2.
Book 3, Part 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Athenian. Enough of this. And what then is to be regarded as the origin of government? Will not a man be able to judge of it best from a point of view in which he may behold the progress of states and their transitions to good or evil? Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that he might watch them from the point of view of time, and observe the changes which take place in them during infinite ages. Cleinias, how so? Athenian,
Why, do you think that you can reckon the time which has elapsed since cities first existed, and men were citizens of them? CLEINIAS: Hardly. ATHENIAN: But are sure that it must be vast and incalculable? CLEINIAS: Certainly. ATHENIAN: And have not thousands and thousands of cities come into being during this period, and as many perished? And has not each of them had every form of government many times over, now growing larger, now smaller, and again improving or declining? CLEINIAS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: Let us endeavour to ascertain the cause of these changes, for that will probably explain the first origin and development of forms of government. CLEINIAS: Very good. You shall endeavour to impart your thoughts to us, and we will make an effort to understand you. ATHENIAN: Do you believe that there is any truth in ancient traditions? CLEINIAS: What traditions? ATHENIAN: The traditions about the many destructions of mankind which have been occasioned by deluges and pestilences, and in many other ways, and of the survival of a remnant. CLEINIAS: Every one is disposed to believe them. ATHENIAN: Let us consider one of them, that which was caused by the famous deluge. CLEINIAS: What are we to observe about it? ATHENIAN: I mean to say that those who then escaped would only be hill shepherds, small sparks of the human race preserved on the tops of mountains. CLEINIAS: Clearly. ATHENIAN: Such survivors would necessarily be unacquainted with the arts and the various devices which are suggested to the dwellers in cities by interest or ambition, and with all the wrongs which they contrive against one another. CLEINIAS: Very true. ATHENIAN: Let us suppose, then, that the cities in the plain and on the sea coast were utterly destroyed at that time. CLEINIAS: Very good. ATHENIAN: Would not all implements have then perished, and every other excellent invention of political or any other sort of wisdom have utterly disappeared? CLEINIAS: Why, yes, my friend; and if things had always continued as they are at present ordered, how could any discovery have ever been made, even in the least particular? For it is evident that the arts were unknown during 10,000 times 10,000 years. And no more than 1,000 or 2,000 years have elapsed since the discoveries of Daedalus, Orpheus, and Palamedes, since Marsyas and Olympus invented music, and Amphion the lyre, not to speak of numberless other inventions which are but of yesterday. ATHENIAN: Have you forgotten, Cleinias, the name of a friend who is really of yesterday? CLEINIAS: I suppose that you mean Epimenides. ATHENIAN: The same, my friend. He does indeed far overleap the heads of all mankind by his invention, for he carried out in practice, as you declare, what of old Hesiod, works in days, only preached. CLEINIAS: Yes, according to our tradition. ATHENIAN: After the great destruction, may we not suppose that the state of man was something of this sort? In the beginning of things there was a fearful illimitable desert, and a vast expanse of land. A herd or two of oxen would be the only survivors of the animal world, and there might be a few goats, these too hardly enough to maintain the shepherds who tended them. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: And of cities or governments or legislation about which we are now talking, do you suppose that they could have any recollection at all? CLEINIAS: None whatever. ATHENIAN: And out of this state of things has there not sprung all that we now are and have, cities and governments and arts and laws, and a great deal of vice and a great deal of virtue? CLEINIAS: What do you mean? ATHENIAN: Why, my good friend, how can we possibly suppose that those who knew nothing of all the good and evil of cities could have attained their full development, whether of virtue or of vice? CLEINIAS: I understand your meaning, and you are quite right. ATHENIAN: But as time advanced and the race multiplied, the world came to be what the world is. CLEINIAS: Very true. Athenian. Doubtless the change was not made all in a moment, but little by little, during a very long period of time. Cleinias. A highly probable supposition. Athenian. At first they would have a natural fear ringing in their ears, which would prevent their descending from the heights into the plain. Cleinias. Of course. Athenian. The fewness of the survivors at that time would have made them all the more desirous of seeing one another. But then the means of travelling either by land or sea had been almost entirely lost, as I may say, with the loss of the arts, and there was great difficulty in getting at one another, for iron and brass and all metals were jumbled together and had disappeared in the chaos, nor was there any possibility of extracting ore from them, and they had scarcely any means of felling timber. Even if you suppose that some implements might have been preserved in the mountains, they must quickly have worn out and vanished, and there would be no more of them until the art of metallurgy had again revived. Cleinias. There could not have been. Athenian. In how many generations would this be attained? Cleinias. Clearly not for many generations. Athenian. During this period and for some time afterwards, all the arts which require iron and brass and the like would disappear. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian. Faction and war would also have died out in those days, and for many reasons. Cleinias. How would that be? Athenian. In the first place, the desolation of these primitive men would create in them a feeling of affection and goodwill towards one another, and secondly, they would have no occasion to quarrel about their subsistence, for they would have pasture in abundance, except just at first, and in some particular cases, and from their pasture land they would obtain the greater part of their food in a primitive age, having plenty of milk and flesh. Moreover, they would procure other food by the chase, not to be despised either in quantity or quality. They would also have abundance of clothing and bedding and dwellings, and utensils either capable of standing on the fire or not, for the plastic and weaving arts do not require any use of iron, and God has given these two arts to man in order to provide him with all such things, that when reduced to the last extremity, the human race may still grow and increase. Hence, in those days, mankind were not very poor, nor was poverty a cause of difference among them, and rich they could not have been, having neither gold nor silver. Such at that time was their condition, and the community which has neither poverty nor riches will always have the noblest principles. In it there is no insolence or injustice, nor again are there any contentions or envyings. And therefore they were good, and also because they were what is called simple-minded, and when they were told about good and evil, they in their simplicity believed what they heard to be very truth, and practised it. No one had the wit to suspect another of a falsehood, as men do now, but what they heard about gods and men they believed to be true, and lived accordingly, and therefore they were in all respects such as we have described them. Cleinias. That quite accords with my views and with those of my friend here. Athenian. Would not many generations living on in a simple manner, although ruder perhaps and more ignorant of the arts generally, and in particular of those of land or naval warfare, and likewise of other arts, termed in cities legal practices and party conflicts, and including all conceivable ways of hurting one another, in word and deed, although inferior to those who lived before the deluge, or to the men of our day in these respects, would they not, I say, be simpler, and more manly, and also more temperate, and altogether more just? The reason has been already explained. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian. I should wish you to understand that what has preceded and what is about to follow has been and will be said with the intention of explaining what need the men of that time had of laws, and who was their lawgiver. Cleinias. And thus far what you have said has been very well said. Athenian. They could hardly have wanted lawgivers as yet. Nothing of that sort was likely to have existed in their days, for they had no letters at this early period. They lived by habit and the customs of their ancestors, as they are called. Cleinias, probably. Athenian, but there was already existing a form of government which, if I am not mistaken, is generally termed a lordship, and this still remains in many places, both among Hellenes and barbarians. Compare Aristotle's Politics, and is the government which is declared by Homer to have prevailed among the Cyclops. They have neither councils nor judgments, but they dwell in hollow caves on the tops of high mountains, and every one gives law to his wife and children, and they do not busy themselves about one another. Odyssey. Cleinias, that seems to be a charming poet of yours. I have read some other verses of his which are very clever, but I do not know much of him, for foreign poets are very little read among the Cretans. Megillus, but they are in Lacedaemon, and he appears to be the prince of them all. The manner of life, however, which he describes is not Spartan, but rather Ionian, and he seems quite to confirm what you are saying when he traces up the ancient state of mankind by the help of tradition to barbarism. Athenian, yes, he does confirm it, and we may accept his witness to the fact that such forms of government sometimes arise. Cleinias, we may. Athenian, and were not such states composed of men who had been dispersed in single habitations and families by the poverty which attended the devastations? And did not the eldest then rule among them, because with them government originated in the authority of a father and a mother, whom, like a flock of birds, they followed, forming one troop under the patriarchal rule and sovereignty of their parents, which of all sovereignties is the most just? Cleinias, very true. Athenian, after this they came together in greater numbers and increased the size of their cities, and betook themselves to husbandry, first of all at the foot of the mountains, and made enclosures of loose walls and works of defence in order to keep off wild beasts, thus creating a single large and common habitation. Cleinias, yes, at least we may suppose so. Athenian, there is another thing which would probably happen. Cleinias, what? Athenian, when these larger habitations grew up out of the lesser original ones, each of the lesser ones would survive in the larger. Every family would be under the rule of the eldest, and owing to their separation from one another, would have peculiar customs in things divine and human, which they would have received from their several parents who had educated them. And these customs would incline them to order, when the parents had the element of order in their nature, and to courage when they had the element of courage, and they would naturally stamp upon their children and upon their children's children their own likings. And, as we are saying, they would find their way into the larger society, having already their own peculiar laws. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and every man surely likes his own laws best, and the laws of others not so well. Cleinias, true. Athenian, then now we seem to have stumbled upon the beginnings of legislation. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, the next step will be that these persons who have met together will select some arbiters, who will review the laws of all of them, and will publicly present such as they approve to the chiefs who lead the tribes, and who are in a manner their kings, allowing them to choose those which they think best. These persons will themselves be called legislators, and will appoint the magistrates, framing some sort of aristocracy, or perhaps monarchy, out of the dynasties or lordships, and in this altered state of the government they will live. Cleinias, yes, that would be the natural order of things. Athenian, then now let us speak of a third form of government, in which all other forms and conditions of politics and cities concur. Cleinias, what is that? Athenian, the form which in fact Homer indicates as following the second. This third form arose when, as he says, Dardanus founded Dardania. For not as yet had the holy Ilium been built on the plain to be a city of speaking men, but they were still dwelling at the foot of many-fountained Ida. For indeed in these verses, and in what he said of the Cyclops, he speaks the words of God and nature. For poets are a divine race, and often in their strains, by the aid of the Muses and the Graces, they attain truth. Cleinias, yes. Athenian. Then now let us proceed with the rest of our tale, which will probably be found to illustrate in some degree our proposed design. Shall we do so? Cleinias. By all means. Athenian. Ilium was built when they descended from the mountain in a large and fair plain, on a sort of low hill, watered by many rivers descending from Ida. Cleinias. Such is the tradition. Athenian. And we must suppose this event to have taken place many ages after the deluge. Athenian. A marvellous forgetfulness of the former destruction would appear to have come over them when they placed their town right under numerous streams flowing from the heights, trusting for their security to not very high hills either. Cleinias. There must have been a long interval, clearly. Athenian. And as population increased, many other cities would begin to be inhabited. Cleinias. Doubtless. Athenian. Those cities made war against Troy by sea as well as land, for at that time men were ceasing to be afraid of the sea. Cleinias. Clearly. Athenian. The Achaeans remained 10 years and overthrew Troy. Cleinias. True. Athenian. And during the 10 years in which the Achaeans were besieging Ilium, the homes of the besiegers were falling into an evil plight. Their youth revolted, and when the soldiers returned to their own cities and families, they did not receive them properly, and as they ought to have done, and numerous deaths, murders, exiles were the consequence. The exiles came again under a new name, no longer Achaeans, but Dorians, a name which they derived from Dorieus, for it was he who gathered them together. The rest of the story is told by you Lacedaemonians as part of the history of Sparta. Megillus, to be sure. Athenian. Thus, after digressing from the original subject of laws into music and drinking bouts, the argument has providentially come back to the same point, and presents to us another handle. For we have reached the settlement of Lacedaemon, which, as you truly say, is in laws and in institutions the sister of Crete. And we are all the better for the digression, because we have gone through various governments and settlements, and have been present at the foundation of a first, second, and third state, succeeding one another in infinite time. And now there appears on the horizon a fourth state or nation, which was once in process of settlement, and has continued settled to this day. If out of all this we are able to discern what is well or ill settled, and what laws are the salvation and what are the destruction of cities, and what changes would make a state happy, O Megillus and Cleinias, we may now begin again, unless we have some fault to find with the previous discussion. Megillus. If some god, stranger, would promise us that our new inquiry about legislation would be as good and full as the present, I would go a great way to hear such another, and would think that a day as long as this, and we are now approaching the longest day of the year, was too short for the discussion. Athenian. Then I suppose that we must consider this subject. Megillus. Certainly. Athenian. Let us place ourselves in thought at the moment when Lacedaemon and Argos and Messene and the rest of the Peloponnesus were all in complete subjection, Megillus, to your ancestors. For afterwards, as the legend informs us, they divided their army into 3 portions and settled 3 cities, Argos, Messene, Lacedaemon. Megillus. True. Athenian. Temenus was the king of Argos, Cresphontes of Messene, Proclus and Eurysthenes of Lacedaemon. Megillus. Certainly. Athenian. To these kings all the men of that day made oath that they would assist them, if any one subverted their kingdom. Megillus. True. Athenian. But can a kingship be destroyed, or was any other form of government ever destroyed by any but the rulers themselves? No, indeed, by Zeus. Have we already forgotten what was said a little while ago? Megillus. No. Athenian. And may we not now further confirm what was then mentioned? For we have come upon facts which have brought us back again to the same principle, so that in resuming the discussion we shall not be inquiring about an empty theory, but about events which actually happened. The case was as follows. 3 royal heroes made oath to 3 cities which were under a kingly government, and the cities to the kings, that both rulers and subjects should govern and be governed according to the laws which were common to all of them. The rulers promised that as time and the race went forward, they would not make their rule more arbitrary, and the subjects said that if the rulers observed these conditions, they would never subvert or permit others to subvert those kingdoms. The kings were to assist kings and peoples when injured, and the peoples were to assist peoples and kings in like manner. Is not this the fact? Megillus. Yes. Athenian. And the 3 states to whom these laws were given, whether their kings or any others were the authors of them, had therefore the greatest security for the maintenance of their constitutions. Megillus. What security? Athenian. That the other 2 states were always to come to the rescue against the rebellious third. Megillus. True. Athenian. Many persons say that legislators ought to impose such laws as the mass of the people will be ready to receive. But this is just as if one were to command gymnastic masters or physicians to treat or cure their pupils or patients in an agreeable manner. Megillus. Exactly. Athenian. Whereas the physician may often be too happy if he can restore health and make the body whole without any very great infliction of pain. Megillus. Certainly. Athenian. There was also another advantage possessed by the men of that day, which greatly lightened the task of passing laws. Megillus. What advantage? Athenian. The legislators of that day, when they equalized property, escaped the great accusation which generally arises in legislation if a person attempts to disturb the possession of land or to abolish debts, because he sees that without this reform there can never be any real equality. Now, in general, when the legislator attempts to make a new settlement of such matters, everyone meets him with the cry that he is not to disturb vested interests, declaring with imprecations that he is introducing agrarian laws and cancelling of debts until a man is at his wit's end, whereas no one could quarrel with the Dorians for distributing the land. There was nothing to hinder them, and as for debts, they had none which were considerable or of old standing. Megillus. Very true. Athenian. But then, my good friends, why did the settlement and legislation of their country turn out so badly? Megillus. How do you mean, and why do you blame them? Athenian. There were 3 kingdoms, and of these 2 quickly corrupted their original constitution and laws, and the only one which remained was the Spartan. Megillus. The question which you ask is not easily answered. Athenian. And yet must be answered when we are inquiring about laws, this being our old man's sober game of play, whereby we beguile the way, as I was saying when we first set out on our journey. Megillus. Certainly, and we must find out why this was. Athenian. What laws are more worthy of our attention than those which have regulated such cities? Or what settlements of states are greater or more famous? Megillus. I know of none. Athenian. Can we doubt that your ancestors intended these institutions not only for the protection of Peloponnesus, but of all the Hellenes, in case they were attacked by the barbarian? For the inhabitants of the region about Ilium, when they provoked By their insolence, the Trojan War relied upon the power of the Assyrians and the empire of Ninus, which still existed and had a great prestige, the people of those days fearing the united Assyrian empire, just as we now fear the great king. And the second capture of Troy was a serious offense against them, because Troy was a portion of the Assyrian empire. To meet the danger, the single army was distributed between 3 cities by the royal brothers, sons of Heracles, a fair device, as it seemed, and a far better arrangement than the expedition against Troy. For firstly, the people of that day had, as they thought, in the Heraclidae, better leaders than the Pelopidæ. In the next place, they considered that the army was superior in valour to that which went against Troy, for although the latter conquered the Trojans, they were themselves conquered by the Heraclidae, Achaeans by Dorians. May we not suppose that this was the intention with which the men of those days framed the constitutions of their states? Megillus. Quite true. Athenian. And would not men who had shared with one another many dangers, and were governed by a single race of royal brothers, and had taken the advice of oracles, and in particular of the Delphian Apollo, be likely to think that such states would be firmly and lastingly established? Megillus. Of course they would. Athenian. Yet these institutions, of which such great expectations were entertained, seem to have all rapidly vanished away, with the exception, as I was saying, of that small part of them which existed in your land. And this third part has never to this day ceased warring against the 2 others. Whereas if the original idea had been carried out, and they had agreed to be one, their power would have been invincible in war. Megillus. No doubt. Athenian. But what was the ruin of this glorious confederacy? Here is a subject well worthy of consideration. Megillus. Certainly no one will ever find more striking instances of laws or governments being the salvation or destruction of great and noble interests than are here presented to his view. Athenian. Then now we seem to have happily arrived at a real and important question. Megillus. Very true. Athenian. Did you never remark, sage friend, that all men, and we ourselves at this moment, often fancy that they see some beautiful thing which might have effected wonders if any one had only known how to make a right use of it in some way? And yet this mode of looking at things may turn out after all to be a mistake, and not according to nature, and either in our own case or in any other. Megillus. To what are you referring, and what do you mean? Athenian. I was thinking of my own admiration of the aforesaid Heracleid expedition, which was so noble, and might have had such wonderful results for the Hellenes if only rightly used. And I was just laughing at myself. Megillus. But were you not right and wise in speaking as you did, and we in assenting to you? Athenian. Perhaps, and yet I cannot help observing that any one who sees anything great or powerful immediately has the feeling that, if the owner only knew how to use his great and noble possession, how happy would he be, and what great results would he achieve? Megillus. And would he not be justified? Athenian. Reflect. In what point of view does this sort of praise appear just? First, in reference to the question in hand. If the then commanders had known how to arrange their army properly, how would they have attained success? Would not this have been the way? They would have bound them all firmly together and preserved them for ever, giving them freedom and dominion at pleasure, combined with the power of doing in the whole world, Hellenic and barbarian, whatever they and their descendants desired. What other aim would they have had? Megillus. Very good. Athenian. Suppose any one were in the same way to express his admiration at the sight of great wealth or family honour, or the like, he would praise them under the idea that through them he would attain either all or the greater and chief part of what he desires. Megillus. He would. Athenian. Well now, and does not the argument show that there is one common desire of all mankind? Megillus. What is it? Athenian, the desire which a man has, that all things, if possible, at any rate things human, may come to pass in accordance with his soul's desire. MEGILLUS: Certainly. Athenian, and having this desire always and at every time of life, in youth, in manhood, in age, he cannot help always praying for the fulfilment of it. MEGILLUS: No doubt. Athenian, and we join in the prayers of our friends and ask for them what they ask for themselves. MEGILLUS: We do. Athenian, dear is the son to the father, the younger to the elder. MEGILLUS: Of course. Athenian, and yet the son often prays to obtain things which the father prays that he may not obtain. MEGILLUS: When the son is young and foolish, you mean? Athenian, yes. Or when the father, in the dotage of age or the heat of youth, having no sense of right and justice, prays with fervour, under the influence of feelings akin to those of Theseus when he cursed the unfortunate Hippolytus, do you imagine that the son, having a sense of right and justice, will join in his father's prayers? MEGILLUS: I understand you to mean that a man should not desire or be in a hurry to have all things according to his wish, for his wish may be at variance with his reason. But every state and every individual ought to pray and strive for wisdom. Athenian, yes. And I remember, and you will remember, what I said at first, that a statesman and legislator ought to ordain laws with a view to wisdom, while you were arguing that the good lawgiver ought to order all with a view to war. And to this I replied that there were four virtues, which that upon your view one of them only was the aim of legislation, whereas you ought to regard all virtue, and especially that which comes first and is the leader of all the rest, I mean wisdom and mind and opinion, having affection and desire in their train. And now the argument returns to the same point, and I say once more, in jest if you like, or in earnest if you like, that the prayer of a fool is full of danger, being likely to end in the opposite of what he desires. And if you would rather receive my words in earnest, I am willing that you should, and you will find, I suspect, as I have said already, that not cowardice was the cause of the ruin of the Dorian kings and of their whole design, nor ignorance of military matters, either on the part of the rulers or of their subjects, but their misfortunes were due to their general degeneracy, and especially to their ignorance of the most important human affairs. That was then, and is still, and always will be the case, as I will endeavour, if you will allow me, to make out and demonstrate as well as I am able to you who are my friends in the course of the argument. CLEINIAS: Pray go on, Stranger. Compliments are troublesome, but we will show, not in word but in deed, how greatly we prize your words, for we will give them our best attention, and that is the way in which a free man best shows his approval or disapproval. MEGILLUS: Excellent, Cleinias, let us do as you say. CLEINIAS: By all means, if heaven wills. Go on. ATHENIAN: Well, then, proceeding in the same train of thought, I say that the greatest ignorance was the ruin of the Dorian power, and that now as then ignorance is ruin. And if this be true, the legislature must endeavour to implant wisdom. ATHENIAN: Well, then, proceeding in the same train of thought, I say that the greatest ignorance was the ruin of the Dorian power, and that now as then ignorance is ruin. And if this be true, the legislator must endeavour to implant wisdom in states, and banish ignorance to the utmost of his power. CLEINIAS: That is evident. ATHENIAN: Then now consider what is really the greatest ignorance. I should like to know whether you and Megillus would agree with me in what I am about to say. For my opinion is CLEINIAS: What? ATHENIAN: That the greatest ignorance is when a man hates that which he nevertheless thinks to be good and noble, and loves and embraces that which he knows to be unrighteous and evil. This disagreement between the sense of pleasure and the judgment of reason in the soul is, in my opinion, the worst ignorance, and also the greatest because affecting the great mass of the human soul. For the principle which feels pleasure and pain in the individual is like the mass or populace in a state. And when the soul is opposed to knowledge, or opinion, or reason, which are her natural lords, that I call folly, just as in the state, when the multitude refuses to obey their rulers and the laws, or again in the individual, when fair reasonings have their habitation in the soul, and yet do no good, but rather the reverse of good. All these cases I term the worst ignorance, whether in individuals or in states. You will understand, stranger, that I am speaking of something which is very different from the ignorance of handicraftsmen. Cleinias: Yes, my friend, we understand and agree. Athenian: Let us then in the first place declare and affirm that the citizen who does not know these things ought never to have any kind of authority entrusted to him. He must be stigmatized as ignorant, even though he be versed in calculation and skilled in all sorts of accomplishments and feats of mental dexterity, and the opposite are to be called wise, even although, in the words of the proverb, they know neither how to read nor how to swim, and to them, as to men of sense, authority is to be committed. For, O my friends, how can there be the least shadow of wisdom when there is no harmony? There is none, but the noblest and greatest of harmonies may be truly said to be the greatest wisdom, and of this he is a partaker who lives according to reason, whereas he who is devoid of reason is the destroyer of his house, and the very opposite of a saviour of the state. He is utterly ignorant of political wisdom. Let this then, as I was saying, be laid down by us. Cleinias: Let it be so laid down. Athenian: I suppose that there must be rulers and subjects in states. Cleinias: Certainly. Athenian: And what are the principles on which men rule and obey in cities, whether great or small, and similarly in families? What are they, and how many in number? Is there not one claim of authority which is always just, that of fathers and mothers, and in general of progenitors, to rule over their offspring? Cleinias: There is. Athenian: Next follows the principle that the noble should rule over the ignoble, and thirdly, that the elder should rule and the younger obey. Cleinias: To be sure. Athenian: And fourthly, that slaves should be ruled and their masters rule. Cleinias: Of course. Athenian: Fifthly, if I am not mistaken, comes the principle that the stronger shall rule and the weaker be ruled. Cleinias: That is a rule not to be disobeyed. Athenian: Yes, and a rule which prevails very widely among all creatures, and is according to nature, as the Theban poet Pindar once said. And the sixth principle, and the greatest of all, is that the wise should lead and command, and the ignorant follow and obey. And yet, O thou most wise Pindar, as I should reply him, this surely is not contrary to nature, but according to nature, being the rule of law over willing subjects, and not a rule of compulsion. Cleinias: Most true. Athenian: There is a seventh kind of rule, which is awarded by lot, and is dear to the gods, and a token of good fortune. He on whom the lot falls is a ruler, and he who fails in obtaining the lot goes away and is the subject, and this we affirm to be quite just. Cleinias: Certainly. Athenian: Then now, as we say playfully to any of those who lightly undertake the making of laws, you see, legislator, the principles of government, how many they are, and that they are naturally opposed to each other. There we have discovered a fountainhead of seditions to which you must attend, and first we will ask you to consider with us how and in what respect the kings of Argos and Messene violated these our maxims, and ruined themselves and the great and famous Hellenic power of the olden time. Was it because they did not know how wisely Hesiod spoke when he said that the half is often more than the whole? His meaning was that when to take the whole would be dangerous, and to take the half would be the safe and moderate course, then the moderate or better was more than the immoderate or worse. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and may we suppose this immoderate spirit to be more fatal when found among kings than when among peoples? Cleinias, the probability is that ignorance will be a disorder especially prevalent among kings, because they lead a proud and luxurious life. Athenian, is it not palpable that the chief aim of the kings of that time was to get the better of the established laws, and that they were not in harmony with the principles which they had agreed to observe by word and oath? This want of harmony may have had the appearance of wisdom, but was really, as we assert, the greatest ignorance, and utterly overthrew the whole empire by dissonance and harsh discord. Cleinias, very likely. Athenian, good. And what measures ought the legislator to have then taken in order to avert this calamity? Truly there is no great wisdom in knowing, and no great difficulty in telling, after the evil has happened. But to have foreseen the remedy at the time would have taken a much wiser head than ours. Megillus, what do you mean? Athenian, any one who looks at what has occurred with you Lacedaemonians, Megillus, may easily know, and may easily say what ought to have been done at that time. Megillus, speak a little more clearly. Athenian, nothing can be clearer than the observation which I am about to make. Megillus, what is it? Athenian, that if any one gives too great a power to anything, too large a sail to a vessel, too much food to the body, too much authority to the mind, and does not observe the mean, everything is overthrown, and in the wantonness of excess runs in the one case to disorders, and the other to injustice, which is the child of excess. I mean to say, my dear friends, that there is no soul of man, young and irresponsible, who will be able to sustain the temptation of arbitrary power, no one who will not, under such circumstances, become filled with folly, that worst of diseases, and be hated by his nearest and dearest friends. When this happens, his kingdom is undermined, and all his power vanishes from him. And great legislators who know the mean should take heed of the danger, as far as we can guess at this distance of time. What happened was as follows. Megillus, what? Athenian, a god who watched over Sparta, seeing into the future, gave you 2 families of kings instead of 1, and thus brought you more within the limits of moderation. In the next place, some human wisdom mingled with divine power, observing that the constitution of your government was still feverish and excited, tempered your inborn strength and pride of birth with the moderation which comes of age, making the power of your 28 elders equal with that of the kings in the most important matters. But your third saviour, perceiving that your government was still swelling and foaming, and desirous to impose a curb upon it, instituted the ephors, whose power he made to resemble that of magistrates elected by lot. And by this arrangement, the kingly office, being compounded of the right elements and duly moderated, was preserved, and was the means of preserving all the rest. Since, if there had been only the original legislators, Timenus, Cresphontes, and their contemporaries, as far as they were concerned, not even the portion of Aristodemus would have been preserved, for they had no proper experience in legislation, or they would surely not have imagined that oaths would moderate a youthful spirit invested with a power which might be converted into tyranny. Now that God has instructed us what sort of government would have been or will be lasting, there is no wisdom, as I have already said, in judging after the event. There is no difficulty in learning from an example which has already occurred. But if any one could have foreseen all this at the time, and had been able to moderate the government of the 3 kingdoms and unite them into one, he might have saved all the excellent institutions which were then conceived, and no Persian or any other armament would have dared to attack us, or would have regarded Hellas as a power to be despised. Cleinias, true. End of
Book 3, Part 1. Book 3, Part 2 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Athenian, there was small credit to us, Cleinias, in defeating them, and the discredit was, not that the conquerors did not win glorious victories both by land and sea, but what, in my opinion, brought discredit was, first of all, the circumstance that of the 3 cities one only fought on behalf of Hellas, and the 2 others were so utterly good for nothing that the one was waging a mighty war against Lacedaemon, and was thus preventing her from rendering assistance, while the city of Argos, which had the precedence at the time of the distribution, when asked to aid in repelling the barbarian, would not answer to the call or give aid. Many things might be told about Hellas in connection with that war, which are far from honourable. Nor indeed can we rightly say that Hellas repelled the invader, for the truth is that unless the Athenians and Lacedaemonians, acting in concert, had warded off the impending yoke, all the tribes of Hellas would have been fused in a chaos of Hellenes mingling with one another, of barbarians mingling with Hellenes, and Hellenes with barbarians, just as nations who are now subject to the Persian power, owing to unnatural separations and combinations of them, are dispersed and scattered, and live miserably. These, Cleinias and Megillus, are the reproaches which we have to make against statesmen and legislators, as they are called, past and present, if we would analyze the causes of their failure, and find out what else might have been done. We said, for instance, just now, that there ought to be no great and unmixed powers, and this was under the idea that a state ought to be free and wise and harmonious, and that a legislator ought to legislate with a view to this end. Nor is there any reason to be surprised at our continually proposing aims for the legislator which appear not to be always the same, but we should consider when we say that temperance is to be the aim, or wisdom is to be the aim, or friendship is to be the aim, that all these aims are really the same, and if so, a variety in the modes of expression ought not to disturb us. Cleinias, let us resume the argument in that spirit. And now, speaking of friendship and wisdom and freedom, I wish that you would tell me at what, in your opinion, the legislator should aim. Athenian, hear me then. There are 2 mother forms of states from which the rest may be truly said to be derived, and one of them may be called monarchy and the other democracy. The Persians have the highest form of the one, and we of the other. Almost all the rest, as I was saying, are variations of these. Now, if you are to have liberty and the combination of friendship with wisdom, you must have both these forms of government in a measure. The argument emphatically declares that no city can be well governed which is not made up of both. Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, neither the one, if it be exclusively and excessively attached to monarchy, nor the other, if it be similarly attached to freedom, observes moderation. But your states, the Laconian and Cretan, have more of it, and the same was the case with the Athenians and Persians of old time, but now they have less. Shall I tell you why? Cleinias, by all means, if it will tend to elucidate our subject. Athenian, hear then. There was a time when the Persians had more of the state, which is a mean between slavery and freedom. In the reign of Cyrus they were free men, and also lords of many others.
The rulers gave a share of freedom to the subjects, and being treated as equals, the soldiers were on better terms with their generals, and showed themselves more ready in the hour of danger. And if there was any wise man among them who was able to give good counsel, he imparted his wisdom to the public. For the king was not jealous, but allowed him full liberty of speech, and gave honour to those who could advise him in any matter. And the nation waxed in all respects, because there was freedom and friendship and communion of mind among them. CLEINIAS: That certainly appears to have been the case. ATHENIAN: How then was this advantage lost under Cambyses, and again recovered under Darius? Shall I try to divine? CLEINIAS: The inquiry, no doubt, has a bearing upon our subject. ATHENIAN: I imagine that Cyrus, though a great and patriotic general, had never given his mind to education, and never attended to the order of his household. CLEINIAS: What makes you say so? ATHENIAN: I think that from his youth upwards he was a soldier, and entrusted the education of his children to the women, and they brought them up from their childhood as the favourites of fortune, who were blessed already, and needed no more blessings. They thought that they were happy enough, and that no one should be allowed to oppose them in any way, and they compelled every one to praise all that they said or did. This was how they brought them up. CLEINIAS: A splendid education, truly. ATHENIAN: Such an one as women were likely to give them, and especially princesses who had recently grown rich, and in the absence of the men too, who were occupied in wars and dangers, and had no time to look after them. CLEINIAS: What would you expect? ATHENIAN: Their father had possessions of cattle and sheep, and many herds of men and other animals, but he did not consider that those to whom he was about to make them over were not trained in his own calling, which was Persian. For the Persians are shepherds, sons of a rugged land, which is a stern mother, and well fitted to produce a sturdy race, able to live in the open air and go without sleep, and also to fight, if fighting is required. Compare Aristotle's Politics. He did not observe that his sons were trained differently. Through the so-called blessing of being royal, they were educated in the Median fashion, by women and eunuchs, which led to their becoming such as people do become when they are brought up unreproved. And so, after the death of Cyrus, his sons, in the fullness of luxury and license, took the kingdom, and first one slew the other because he could not endure a rival. And afterwards the slayer himself, mad with wine and brutality, lost his kingdom through the Medes and the eunuch, as they called him, who despised the folly of Cambyses. CLEINIAS: So runs the tale, and such probably were the facts. ATHENIAN: Yes, and the tradition says that the empire came back to the Persians through Darius and the 7 chiefs. CLEINIAS: True. ATHENIAN: Let us note the rest of the story. Observe that Darius was not the son of a king, and had not received a luxurious education. When he came to the throne, being one of the 7, he divided the country into 7 portions, and of this arrangement there are some shadowy traces still remaining. He made laws upon the principle of introducing universal equality in the order of the state, and he embodied in his laws the settlement of the tribute which Cyrus promised, thus creating a feeling of friendship and community among all the Persians, and attaching the people to him with money and gifts. Hence his armies cheerfully acquired for him countries as large as those which Cyrus had left behind him. Darius was succeeded by his son Xerxes, and he again was brought up in the royal and luxurious fashion. Might we not most justly say, O Darius, how came you to bring up Xerxes in the same way in which Cyrus brought up Cambyses, and not to see his fatal mistake? For Xerxes, being the creation of the same education, met with much the same fortune as Cambyses, and from that time until now there has never been a really great king among the Persians, although they are all called great. And their degeneracy is not to be attributed to chance, as I maintain. The reason is rather the evil life which is generally led by the sons of very rich and royal persons. For never will boy or man, young or old, excel in virtue who has been thus educated. And this, I say, is what the legislator has to consider, and what at the present moment has to be considered by us. Justly may you, O Lacedaemonians, be praised in that you do not give special honour or a special education to wealth rather than to poverty, or to a royal rather than to a private station, where the divine and inspired lawgiver has not originally commanded them to be given. For no man ought to have preeminent honour in a state because he surpasses others in wealth, any more than because he is swift of foot, or fair, or strong, unless he have some virtue in him; nor even if he have virtue, unless he have this particular virtue of temperance. MEGILLUS: What do you mean, Stranger? ATHENIAN: I suppose that courage is a part of virtue. MEGILLUS: To be sure. ATHENIAN: Then now hear and judge for yourself. Would you like to have for a fellow lodger or neighbour a very courageous man who had no control over himself? MEGILLUS: Heaven forbid. ATHENIAN: Or an artist who was clever in his profession, but a rogue? MEGILLUS: Certainly not. ATHENIAN: And surely justice does not grow apart from temperance? MEGILLUS: Impossible. ATHENIAN: Any more than our pattern wise man, whom we exhibited as having his pleasures and pains in accordance with and corresponding to true reason, can be intemperate? MEGILLUS: No. ATHENIAN: There is a further consideration relating to the due and undue award of honours in states. MEGILLUS: What is it? ATHENIAN: I should like to know whether temperance, without the other virtues, existing alone in the soul of man, is rightly to be praised or blamed. MEGILLUS: I cannot tell. ATHENIAN: And that is the best answer, for whichever alternative you had chosen, I think that you would have gone wrong. MEGILLUS: I am fortunate. ATHENIAN: Very good. A quality which is a mere appendage of things which can be praised or blamed does not deserve an expression of opinion, but is best passed over in silence. MEGILLUS: You are speaking of temperance? ATHENIAN: Yes, but of the other virtues, that which, having this appendage, is also most beneficial, will be most deserving of honour, and next that which is beneficial in the next degree, and so each of them will be rightly honoured according to a regular order. MEGILLUS: True. ATHENIAN: And ought not the legislator to determine these classes? MEGILLUS: Certainly he should. ATHENIAN: Suppose that we leave to him the arrangement of details, but the general division of laws, according to their importance, into a first and second and third class, we who are lovers of law may make ourselves. MEGILLUS: Very good. ATHENIAN: We maintain, then, that a state which would be safe and happy, as far as the nature of man allows, must and ought to distribute honour and dishonour in the right way; and the right way is to place the goods of the soul first and highest in the scale, always assuming temperance to be the condition of them, and to assign the second place to the goods of the body, and the third place to money and property. And if any legislator or state state departs from this rule by giving money the place of honor, or in any way preferring that which is really last, may we not say that he or the state is doing an unholy and unpatriotic thing? Megillus. Yes, let that be plainly declared. Athenian. The consideration of the Persian governments led us thus far to enlarge. We remarked that the Persians grew worse and worse, and we affirmed the reason of this to have been that they too much diminished the freedom of the people, and introduced too much of despotism, and so destroyed friendship and community of feeling. And when there is an end of these, no longer do the governors govern on behalf of their subjects or of the people, but on behalf of themselves. And if they think that they can gain ever so small an advantage for themselves, they devastate cities and send fire and desolation among friendly races. And as they hate ruthlessly and horribly, so are they hated. And when they want the people to fight for them, they find no community of feeling or a willingness to risk their lives on their behalf. Their untold myriads are useless to them on the field of battle, and they think that their salvation depends on the employment of mercenaries and strangers whom they hire, as if they were in want of more men. And they cannot help being stupid, since they proclaim by their actions that the ordinary distinctions of right and wrong which are made in a state are a trifle when compared with gold and silver. Megillus. Quite true. Athenian. And now enough of the Persians and their present maladministration of their government, which is owing to the excess of slavery and despotism among them. Megillus. Good. Athenian. Next, we must pass in review the government of Attica in like manner, and from this show that entire freedom and the absence of all superior authority is not by any means so good as government by others when properly limited, which was our ancient Athenian constitution at the time when the Persians made their attack on Hellas, or, speaking more correctly, on the whole continent of Europe. There were 4 classes arranged according to a property census, and reverence was our queen and mistress, and made us willing to live in obedience to the laws which then prevailed. Also the vastness of the Persian armament, both by sea and on land, caused a helpless terror, which made us more and more the servants of our rulers and of the laws. And for all these reasons an exceeding harmony prevailed among us. About 10 years before the naval engagement at Salamis, Datis came leading a Persian host by command of Darius, which was expressly directed against the Athenians and Eretrians, having orders to carry them away captive, and these orders he was to execute under pain of death. Now Datis and his myriads soon became complete masters of Eretria, and he sent a fearful report to Athens that no Eretrian had escaped him. For the soldiers of Datis had joined hands and netted the whole of Eretria. And this report, whether well or ill-founded, was terrible to all the Hellenes, and above all to the Athenians, and they dispatched embassies in all directions, but no one was willing to come to their relief, with the exception of the Lacedaemonians, and they, either because they were detained by the Messenian war, which was then going on, or for some other reason of which we are not told, came a day too late for the battle of Marathon. After a while the news arrived of mighty preparations being made, and innumerable threats came from the king. Then, as time went on, a rumor reached us that Darius had died, and that his son, who was young and hot-headed, had come to the throne and was persisting in his design. The Athenians were under the impression that the whole expedition was directed against them in consequence of the battle of Marathon, and hearing of the bridge over the Hellespont and the canal of Athos, and the host of ships, considering that there was no salvation for them either by land or by sea, for there was no one to help them, and remembering that in the first expedition, when the Persians destroyed Eretria, no one came to their help or would risk the danger of an alliance with them, they thought that this would happen again, at least on land. Nor, when they looked to the sea, could they descry any hope of salvation, for they were attacked by 1,000 vessels and more. One chance of safety remained, slight indeed and desperate, but their only one. They saw that on the former occasion they had gained a seemingly impossible victory, and borne up by this hope they found that their only refuge was in themselves and in the gods. All these things created in them the spirit of friendship. There was the fear of the moment, and there was that higher fear which they had acquired by obedience to their ancient laws, and which I have several times in the preceding discourse called reverence, of which the good man ought to be a willing servant, and of which the coward is independent and fearless. If this fear had not possessed them, they would never have met the enemy, or defended their temples and sepulchres and their country and everything that was near and dear to them, as they did. But little by little they would have been all scattered and dispersed. Megillus. Your words, Athenian, are quite true, and worthy of yourself and of your country. Athenian. They are true, Megillus, and to you, who have inherited the virtues of your ancestors, I may properly speak of the actions of that day, and I would wish you and Cleinias to consider whether my words have not also a bearing on legislation, for I am not discoursing only for the pleasure of talking, but for the argument's sake. Please to remark that the experience both of ourselves and the Persians was in a certain sense the same. For as they led their people into utter servitude, so we too led ours into all freedom. And now, how shall we proceed? For I would like you to observe that our previous arguments have a good deal to say for themselves. Megillus. True, but I wish that you would give us a fuller explanation. Athenian. I will. Under the ancient laws, my friends, the people was not as now the master, but rather the willing servant of the laws. Megillus. What laws do you mean? Athenian. In the first place, let us speak of the laws about music, that is to say, such music as then existed, in order that we may trace the growth of the excess of freedom from the beginning. Now, music was early divided among us into certain kinds and manners. One sort consisted of prayers to the gods, which were called hymns, and there was another and opposite sort called lamentations, and another termed paeans, and another celebrating the birth of Dionysus called, I believe, dithyrambs. And they used the actual word laws, or nomoi, for another kind of song, and to this they added the term Cythoridic. All these and others were duly distinguished, nor were the performers allowed to confuse one style of music with another. And the authority which determined and gave judgment and punished the disobedient was not expressed in a hiss, nor in the most unmusical shouts of the multitude as in our days, nor in applause and clapping of hands, but the directors of public instruction insisted that the spectators should listen in silence to the end, and boys and their tutors and the multitude in general were kept quiet by a hint from a stick. Such was the good order which the multitude were willing to observe. They would never have dared to give judgment by noisy cries. And then, as time went on, the poets themselves introduced the reign of vulgar and lawless innovation. They were men of genius, but they had no perception of what is just and lawful in music, raging like bacchanals and possessed with inordinate delights, mingling lamentations with hymns and paeans with dithyrambs, imitating the sounds of the flute on the lyre, and making one general confusion, ignorantly affirming that music has no truth, and whether good or bad can only be judged of rightly by the pleasure of the hearer. Compare Republic. And by composing such licentious works and adding to them words as licentious, they have inspired the multitude with lawlessness and boldness, and made them fancy that they can judge for themselves about melody and song. And in this way the theatres, from being mute, have become vocal, as though they had understanding of good and bad in music and poetry, and instead of an aristocracy, an evil sort of theatrocracy has grown up. Compare Aristotle's Politics. For if the democracy which judged had only consisted of educated persons, no fatal harm would have been done. But in music there first arose the universal conceit of omniscience and general lawlessness. Freedom came following afterwards, and men, fancying that they knew what they did not know, had no longer any fear, and the absence of fear begets shamelessness. For what is this shamelessness, which is so evil a thing, but the insolent refusal to regard the opinion of the better by reason of an over-daring sort of liberty? Megillus, very true. Athenian. Consequent upon this freedom comes the other freedom of disobedience to rulers. Compare Republic. And then the attempt to escape the control and exhortation of father, mother, elders, and when near the end, the control of the laws also, and at the very end there is the contempt of oaths and pledges, and no regard at all for the gods. Herein they exhibit and imitate the old so-called Titanic nature, and come to the same point as the Titans when they rebelled against God, leading a life of endless evils. But why have I said all this? I ask because the argument ought to be pulled up from time to time, and not be allowed to run away, but held with bit and bridle, and then we shall not, as the proverb says, fall off our ass. Let us then once more ask the question, to what end has all this been said? Megillus, very good. Athenian. This then has been said for the sake, Megillus, of what? Athenian. We were maintaining that the lawgiver ought to have three things in view. First, that the city for which he legislates should be free. And secondly, be at unity with herself. And thirdly, should have understanding. These were our principles, were they not? Megillus. Certainly. Athenian. With a view to this, we selected two kinds of government, the one the most despotic, and the other the most free. And now we are considering which of them is the right form. We took a mean in both cases of despotism in the one and of liberty in the other, and we saw that in a mean they attained their perfection, but that when they were carried to the extreme of either slavery or license, neither party were the gainers. Megillus. Very true. Athenian. That was our reason for considering the settlement of the Dorian army, and of the city built by Dardanus at the foot of the mountains, and the removal of cities to the seashore, and of our mention of the first men, who were the survivors of the deluge. And all that was previously said about music and drinking, and what preceded, was said with the view of seeing how a state might be best administered, and how an individual might best order his own life. And now, Megillus and Cleinias, how can we put to the proof the value of our words? Cleinias. Stranger, I think that I see how a proof of their value may be obtained. This discussion of ours appears to me to have been singularly fortunate, and just what I at this moment want. Most auspiciously have you and my friend Megillus come in my way, for I will tell you what has happened to me, and I regard the coincidence as a sort of omen. The greater part of Crete is going to send out a colony, and they have entrusted the management of the affair to the Cnosians, and the Cnosian government to me and 9 others, and they desire us to give them any laws which we please, whether taken from the Cretan model or from any other, and they do not mind about their being foreign if they are better. Grant me then this favour, which will also be a gain to yourselves. Let us make a selection from what has been said, and then let us imagine a state of which we will suppose ourselves to be the original founders. Thus we shall proceed with our inquiry, and at the same time I may have the use of the framework which you are constructing for the city which is in contemplation. Athenian. Good news, Cleinias. If Megillus has no objection, you may be sure that I will do all in my power to please you. Cleinias. Thank you, Megillus, and so will I. Cleinias. Excellent. And now let us begin to frame the state. End of Book 3. Book 4 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4. Athenian. And now what will this city be? I do not mean to ask what is or will hereafter be the name of the place. That may be determined by the accident of locality, or of the original settlement. A river or fountain, or some local deity may give the sanction of a name to the newly founded city. But I do want to know what the situation is, whether maritime or inland. Cleinias, I should imagine, stranger, that the city of which we are speaking is about 80 stadia distant from the sea. Athenian. And are there harbours on the seaboard? Cleinias. Excellent harbours, stranger. There could not be better. Athenian. Alas, what a prospect! And is the surrounding country productive, or in need of importations? Cleinias. Hardly in need of anything. Athenian. And is there any neighbouring state? Cleinias. None whatever, and that is the reason for selecting the place. In days of old there was a migration of the inhabitants, and the region has been deserted from time immemorial. Athenian. And has the place a fair proportion of hill and plain and wood? Cleinias. Like the rest of Crete in that. Athenian. You mean to say that there is more rock than plain? Cleinias. Exactly. Athenian. Then there is some hope that your citizens may be virtuous. Had you been on the sea, and well provided with harbours, and an importing rather than a producing country, some mighty saviour would have been needed, and lawgivers more than mortal, if you were ever to have a chance of preserving your state from degeneracy and discordance of manners. Compare Aristotle's Politics. But there is comfort in the 80 stadia, although the sea is too near, especially if, as you say, the harbours are so good. Still we may be content. The sea is pleasant enough as a daily companion, but has indeed also a bitter and brackish quality, filling the streets with merchants and shopkeepers, and begetting in the souls of men uncertain and unfaithful ways, making the state unfriendly and unfaithful both to her own citizens and also to other nations. There is a consolation, therefore, in the country producing all things at home, and yet, owing to the ruggedness of the soil, not providing anything in great abundance. Had there been abundance, there might have been a great export trade, and a great return of gold and silver, which, as we may safely affirm, has the most fatal results on a state whose aim is the attainment of just and noble sentiments. This was said by us, if you remember, in the previous discussion. Cleinias. I remember, and am of opinion that we both were and are in the right. Athenian. Well, but let me ask, how is the country supplied with timber for shipbuilding? Cleinias. There is no fir of any consequence, nor pine, and not much cypress, and you will find very little stone pine or plain wood, which shipwrights always require for the interior of ships. Athenian. These are also natural advantages. Cleinias. Why so? Athenian. Because no city ought to be easily able to imitate its enemies in what is mischievous. Cleinias. How does that bear upon any of the matters of which we have been speaking? Athenian. Remember, my good friend, what I said at first about the Cretan laws, that they looked to one thing only, and this, as you both agreed, was war.
And I replied that such laws, in so far as they tended to promote virtue, were good, but in that they regarded a part only, and not the whole of virtue, I disapproved of them. And now I hope that you in your turn will follow and watch me if I legislate with a view to anything but virtue, or with a view to a part of virtue only. For I consider that the true lawgiver, like an archer, aims only at that on which some eternal beauty is always attending, and dismisses everything else, whether wealth or any other benefit, when separated from virtue. I was saying that the imitation of enemies was a bad thing, and I was thinking of a case in which a maritime people are harassed by enemies, as the Athenians were by Minos. I do not speak from any desire to recall past grievances, but he, as we know, was a great naval potentate, who compelled the inhabitants of Attica to pay him a cruel tribute. And in those days they had no ships of war, as they now have, nor was the country filled with ship timber, and therefore they could not readily build them. Hence they could not learn how to imitate their enemy at sea, and in this way, becoming sailors themselves, directly repel their enemies. Better for them to have lost many times over the 7 youths than that heavy armed and stationary troops should have been turned into sailors, and accustomed to be often leaping on shore, and again to come running back to their ships; or should have fancied that there was no disgrace in not awaiting the attack of an enemy, and dying boldly, and that there were good reasons, and plenty of them, for a man throwing away his arms, and betaking himself to flight, which is not dishonourable, as people say at certain times. This is the language of naval warfare, and is anything but worthy of extraordinary praise. For we should not teach bad habits, least of all to the best part of the citizens. You may learn the evil of such a practice from Homer, by whom Odysseus is introduced, rebuking Agamemnon because he desires to draw down the ships to the sea at a time when the Achaeans are hard pressed by the Trojans. He gets angry with him, and says, "Who, at a time when the battle is in full cry, biddest to drag the well-benched ships into the sea, that the prayers of the Trojans may be accomplished yet more, and high ruin fall upon us? For the Achaeans will not maintain the battle when the ships are drawn into the sea, but they will look behind, and will cease from strife, in that the counsel which you give will prove injurious." You see that he quite knew triremes on the sea, in the neighbourhood of fighting men, to be an evil. Lions might be trained in that way to fly from a herd of deer. Moreover, naval powers, which owe their safety to ships, do not give honour to that sort of warlike excellence which is most deserving of it. For he who owes his safety to the pilot and the captain, and the oarsmen, and all sorts of rather inferior persons, cannot rightly give honour to whom honour is due. But how can a state be in a right condition which cannot justly award honour? Cleinias, it is hardly possible, I admit, and yet, stranger, we Cretans are in the habit of saying that the battle of Salamis was the salvation of Hellas. Athenian. Why, yes, and that is an opinion which is widely spread both among Hellenes and barbarians. But Megillus and I say rather that the battle of Marathon was the beginning, and the battle of Plataea the completion of the great deliverance, and that these battles by land made the Hellenes better, whereas the sea fights of Salamis and Artemisium, for I may as well put them both together, made them no better, if I may say so, without offence, about the battles which helped to save us. And in estimating the goodness of a state, we regard both the situation of the country and the order of the laws, considering that the mere preservation and continuance of life is not the most honourable thing for men, as the vulgar think, but the continuance of the best life while we live. And that again, if I am not mistaken, is a remark which has been made already. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian. Then we have only to ask whether we are taking the course which we acknowledge to be the best for the settlement and legislation of states. Cleinias. The best by far. Athenian. And now let me proceed to another question. Who are to be the colonists? May anyone come out of all Crete? And is the idea that the population in the several states is too numerous for the means of subsistence? For I suppose that you are not going to send out a general invitation to any Hellene who likes to come, and yet I observe that to your country settlers have come from Argos and Aegina and other parts of Hellas. Tell me, then, whence do you draw your recruits in the present enterprise? Cleinias, they will come from all Crete, and of other Hellenes, Peloponnesians will be most acceptable, for, as you truly observe, there are Cretans of Argive descent, and the race of Cretans which has the highest character at the present day is the Gortinian, and this has come from Gortys in the Peloponnesus. Athenian, cities find colonization in some respects easier if the colonists are one race, which, like a swarm of bees, is sent out from a single country, either when friends leave friends owing to some pressure of population or other similar necessity, or when a portion of a state is driven by factions to emigrate. And there have been whole cities which have taken flight when utterly conquered by a superior power in war. This, however, which is in one way an advantage to the colonist or legislator, in another point of view creates a difficulty. There is an element of friendship in the community of race and language and laws, and in common temples and rites of worship. But colonies which are of this homogeneous sort are apt to kick against any laws or any form of constitution differing from that which they had at home, and although the badness of their own laws may have been the cause of the factions which prevailed among them, yet from the force of habit they would fain preserve the very customs which were their ruin, and the leader of the colony, who is their legislator, finds them troublesome and rebellious. On the other hand, the conflux of several populations might be more disposed to listen to new laws, but then to make them combine and pull together, as they say of horses, is a most difficult task, and the work of years. And yet there is nothing which tends more to the improvement of mankind than legislation and colonization. Cleinias, no doubt, but I should like to know why you say so. Athenian, my good friend, I am afraid that the course of my speculations is leading me to say something depreciatory of legislators, but if the word be to the purpose, there can be no harm. And yet why am I disquieted? For I believe that the same principle applies equally to all human things. Cleinias, to what are you referring? Athenian, I was going to say that man never legislates, but accidents of all sorts, which legislate for us in all sorts of ways. The violence of war and the hard necessity of poverty are constantly overturning governments and changing laws, and the power of disease has often caused innovations in the state, when there have been pestilences, or when there has been a succession of bad seasons continuing during many years. Anyone who sees all this naturally rushes to the conclusion of which I was speaking, that no mortal legislates in anything, but that in human affairs chance is almost everything. And this may be said of the arts of the sailor and the pilot and the physician and the general, and may seem to be well said, and yet there is another thing which may be said with equal truth of all of them. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, that God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him in the government of human affairs. There is, however, a third and less extreme view, that art should be there also, for I should say that in a storm there must surely be a great advantage in having the aid of the pilot's art. You would agree? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and does not a like principle apply to legislation as well as to other things, even supposing all the conditions to be favorable which are needed for the happiness of the state, yet the true legislator must from time to time appear on the scene? Cleinias, most true. Athenian, in each case the artist would be able to pray rightly for certain conditions, and if these were granted by fortune, he would then only require to exercise his art. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and all the other artists just now mentioned, if they were bidden to offer up each their special prayer, would do so. Cleinias, of course. Athenian. And the legislator would do likewise. Cleinias. I believe that he would. Athenian. Come, legislator, we will say to him, what are the conditions which you require in a state before you can organize it? How ought he to answer this question? Shall I give his answer? Cleinias. Yes. Athenian. He will say, give me a state which is governed by a tyrant, and let the tyrant be young and have a good memory. Let him be quick at learning and of a courageous and noble nature. Let him have that quality which, as I said before, is the inseparable companion of all the other parts of virtue, if there is to be any good in them. Cleinias. I suppose, Megillus, that this companion virtue of which the stranger speaks must be temperance. Athenian. Yes, Cleinias, temperance in the vulgar sense, not that which in the forced and exaggerated language of some philosophers is called prudence, but that which is the natural gift of children and animals, of whom some live continently and others incontinently, but when isolated was, as we said, hardly worth reckoning in the catalogue of goods. I think that you must understand my meaning. Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian. Then our tyrant must have this as well as the other qualities, if the state is to acquire in the best manner and in the shortest time the form of government which is most conducive to happiness, for there neither is nor ever will be a better or speedier way of establishing a polity than by a tyranny. Cleinias. By what possible arguments, stranger, can any man persuade himself of such a monstrous doctrine? Athenian. There is surely no difficulty in seeing, Cleinias, what is in accordance with the order of nature. Cleinias. You would assume, as you say, a tyrant who was young, temperate, quick at learning, having a good memory, courageous, of a noble nature. Athenian. Yes, and you must add fortunate, and his good fortune must be that he is the contemporary of a great legislator, and that some happy chance brings them together. When this has been accomplished, God has done all that he ever does for a state which he desires to be eminently prosperous. He has done second best for a state in which there are two such rulers, and third best for a state in which there are three. The difficulty increases with the increase and diminishes with the diminution of the number. Cleinias. You mean to say, I suppose, that the best government is produced from a tyranny, and originates in a good lawgiver and an orderly tyrant, and that the change from such a tyranny into a perfect form of government takes place most easily, less easily when from an oligarchy, and in the third degree from a democracy. Is not that your meaning? Athenian. Not so. I mean rather to say that the change is best made out of a tyranny, and secondly out of a monarchy, and thirdly out of some sort of democracy. Fourth, in the capacity for improvement, comes oligarchy, which has the greatest difficulty in admitting of such a change, because the government is in the hands of a number of potentates. I am supposing that the legislator is by nature of the true sort, and that his strength is united with that of the chief men of the state, and when the ruling element is numerically small, and at the same time very strong, as in a tyranny, there the change is likely to be easiest and most rapid. Cleinias. How? I do not understand. Athenian. And yet I have repeated what I am saying a good many times, but I suppose that you have never seen a city which is under a tyranny. Cleinias. No, and I cannot say that I have any great desire to see one. Athenian. And yet where there is a tyranny, you might certainly see that of which I am now speaking. Cleinias. What do you mean? Athenian. I mean that you might see how, without trouble and in no very long period of time, the tyrant, if he wishes, can change the manners of a state. He has only to go in the direction of virtue or of vice, whichever he prefers, he himself indicating by his example the lines of conduct, praising and rewarding some actions and reproving others, and degrading those who disobey. Cleinias. But how can we imagine
that the citizens in general will at once follow the example set to them? And how can he have this power both of persuading and of compelling them? Athenian: Let no one, my friends, persuade us that there is any quicker and easier way in which states change their laws than when the rulers lead. Such changes never have nor ever will come to pass in any other way. The real impossibility or difficulty is of another sort, and is rarely surmounted in the course of ages, but when once it is surmounted, 10,000, or rather all blessings follow. Cleinias: Of what are you speaking? Athenian: The difficulty is to find the divine love of temperate and just institutions existing in any powerful forms of government, whether in a monarchy or oligarchy of wealth or of birth. You might as well hope to reproduce the character of Nestor, who is said to have excelled all men in the power of speech, and yet more in his temperance. This, however, according to the tradition, was in the times of Troy. In our own days there is nothing of this sort. But if such an one either has or ever shall come into being, or is now among us, blessed is he, and blessed are they who hear the wise words that flow from his lips. And this may be said of power in general. When the supreme power in man coincides with the greatest wisdom and temperance, then the best laws and the best constitution come into being, but in no other way. And let what I have been saying be regarded as a kind of sacred legend or oracle, and let this be our proof that, in one point of view, there may be a difficulty for a city to have good laws, but that there is another point of view in which nothing can be easier or sooner effected, granting our supposition. Cleinias: How do you mean? Athenian: Let us try to amuse ourselves, old boys as we are, by moulding in words the laws which are suitable to your state. Cleinias: Let us proceed without delay. Athenian: Then let us invoke God at the settlement of our state. May he hear and be propitious to us, and come and set in order the state and the laws. Cleinias: May he come. Athenian: But what form of polity are we going to give the city? Cleinias: Tell us what you mean a little more clearly. Do you mean some form of democracy, or oligarchy, or aristocracy, or monarchy? For we cannot suppose that you would include tyranny. Athenian: Which of you will first tell me to which of these classes his own government is to be referred? Megillus: Ought I to answer first, since I am the elder? Cleinias: Perhaps you should. Megillus: And yet, stranger, I perceive that I cannot say, without more thought, what I should call the government of Lacedaemon, for it seems to me to be like a tyranny. The power of our ephors is marvellously tyrannical, and sometimes it appears to me to be of all cities the most democratical. And who can reasonably deny that it is an aristocracy? Compare Aristotle's Politics. We have also a monarchy, which is held for life, and is said by all mankind, and not by ourselves only, to be the most ancient of all monarchies. And therefore, when asked on a sudden, I cannot precisely say which form of government the Spartan is. Cleinias: I am in the same difficulty, Megillus, for I do not feel confident that the polity of Kenosis is any of these. Athenian: The reason is, my excellent friends, that you really have polities, but the states of which we were just now speaking are merely aggregations of men dwelling in cities, who are the subjects and servants of a part of their own state, and each of them is named after the dominant power. They are not polities at all. But if states are to be named after their rulers, the true state ought to be called by the name of the God who rules over wise men. Cleinias: And who is this God? Athenian: May I still make use of fable to some extent, in the hope that I may be better able to answer your question? Shall I?
Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, in the primeval world, and a long while before the cities came into being, whose settlements we have described, there is said to have been, in the time of Cronos, a blessed rule and life, of which the best ordered of existing states is a copy. Compare Statesman. Cleinias, it will be very necessary to hear about that. Athenian, I quite agree with you, and therefore I have introduced the subject. Cleinias, most appropriately, and since the tale is to the point, you will do well in giving us the whole story. Athenian, I will do as you suggest. There is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in days when all things were spontaneous and abundant, and of this the reason is said to have been as follows. Cronos knew what we ourselves were declaring, that no human nature invested with supreme power is able to order human affairs and not overflow with insolence and wrong, which reflection led him to appoint not men but demigods, who are of a higher and more divine race, to be the kings and rulers of our cities. He did as we do with flocks of sheep and other tame animals. For we do not appoint oxen to be the lords of oxen, or goats of goats, but we ourselves are a superior race and rule over them. In like manner, God, in his love of mankind, placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they with great ease and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us peace and reverence and order and justice, never failing, made the tribes of men happy and united. And this tradition, which is true, declares that cities of which some mortal man, and not God, is the ruler, have no escape from evils and toils. Still, we must do all that we can to imitate the life which is said to have existed in the days of Cronos. And as far as the principle of immortality dwells in us, to that we must hearken, both in private and public life, and regulate our cities and houses according to law, meaning by the very term law the distribution of mind. But if either a single person, or an oligarchy, or a democracy has a soul eager after pleasures and desires, wanting to be filled with them, yet retaining none of them, and perpetually afflicted with an endless and insatiable disorder, and this evil spirit, having first trampled the laws under foot, becomes the master either of a state or of an individual, then, as I was saying, salvation is hopeless. And now, Cleinias, we have to consider whether you will or will not accept this tale of mine. Cleinias, certainly we will. Athenian, you are aware, are you not, that there are often said to be as many forms of laws as there are of governments, and of the latter we have already mentioned all those which are commonly recognized. Now you must regard this as a matter of first-rate importance, for what is to be the standard of just and unjust is once more the point at issue. Men say that the law ought not to regard either military virtue or virtue in general, but only the interests and power and preservation of the established form of government. This is thought by them to be the best way of expressing the natural definition of justice. Cleinias, how? Athenian, justice is said by them to be the interest of the stronger. Republic. Cleinias, speak plainer. Athenian, I will. Surely, they say, the governing power makes whatever laws have authority in any state. Cleinias, true. Athenian, well, they would add, and do you suppose that tyranny or democracy or any other conquering power does not make the continuance of the power which is possessed by them the first or principal object of their laws? Cleinias, how can they have any other? Athenian, and whoever transgresses these laws is punished as an evildoer by the legislator, who calls the laws just. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, this then is always the mode and fashion in which justice exists. Cleinias, certainly, if they are correct in their view. Athenian, why, yes, this is one of those false principles of government to which we were referring. Cleinias, which do you mean? Athenian, those which we were examining when we spoke of who ought to govern whom.
Did we not arrive at the conclusion that parents ought to govern their children, and the elder the younger, and the noble the ignoble? And there were many other principles, if you remember, and they were not always consistent. One principle was this very principle of might, and we said that Pindar considered violence natural and justified it. Cleinias, yes, I remember. Athenian, consider then to whom our state is to be entrusted, for there is a thing which has occurred times without number in states. Cleinias, what thing? Athenian, that when there has been a contest for power, those who gain the upper hand so entirely monopolize the government as to refuse all share to the defeated party and their descendants. They live watching one another, the ruling class being in perpetual fear that someone who has a recollection of former wrongs will come into power and rise up against them. Now, according to our view, such governments are not polities at all, nor are laws right which are passed for the good of particular classes, and not for the good of the whole state. States which have such laws are not polities but parties, and their notions of justice are simply unmeaning. I say this because I am going to assert that we must not entrust the government in your state to any one because he is rich, or because he possesses any other advantage, such as strength or stature or again birth. But he who is most obedient to the laws of the state, he shall win the palm. And to him who is victorious in the first degree shall be given the highest office and chief ministry of the gods, and the second to him who bears the second palm, and on a similar principle shall all the other offices be assigned to those who come next in order. And when I call the rulers servants or ministers of the law, I give them this name not for the sake of novelty, but because I certainly believe that upon such service or ministry depends the well or ill being of the state. For that state in which the law is subject and has no authority I perceive to be on the highway to ruin. But I see that the state in which the law is above the rulers, and the rulers are the inferiors of the law, has salvation and every blessing which the gods can confer. Cleinias, truly, stranger, you see with the keen vision of age. Athenian, why, yes, every man when he is young has that sort of vision dullest, and when he is old keenest. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and now what is to be the next step? May we not suppose the colonists to have arrived, and proceed to make our speech to them? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, friends, we say to them, God, as the old tradition declares, holding in his hand the beginning, middle, and end of all that is, travels according to his nature in a straight line towards the accomplishment of his end. Justice always accompanies him, and is the punisher of those who fall short of the divine law. To justice he who would be happy holds fast, and follows in her company with all humility and order. But he who is lifted up with pride, or elated by wealth or rank, or beauty, who is young and foolish, and has a soul hot with insolence, and thinks that he has no need of any guide or ruler, but is able himself to be the guide of others, he, I say, is left deserted of God. And being thus deserted, he takes to him others who are like himself, and dances about, throwing all things into confusion. And many think that he is a great man, but in a short time he pays a penalty, which justice cannot but approve, and is utterly destroyed, and his family and city with him. Wherefore, seeing that human things are thus ordered, what should a wise man do, or think, or not do, or think? Cleinias, every man ought to make up his mind that he will be one of the followers of God. There can be no doubt of that. Athenian, then what life is agreeable to God and becoming in his followers? One only, expressed once for all in the old saying, that like agrees with like, with measure, measure. But things which have no measure agree neither with themselves, nor with the things which have. Now, God ought to be to us the measure of all things, and not man. Compare CRAT, period, semicolon, THEAET, period.
As men commonly say, Protagoras, the words are far more true of him, and he who would be dear to God must, as far as is possible, be like him, and such as he is. Wherefore the temperate man is the friend of God, for he is like him, and the intemperate man is unlike him, and different from him, and unjust. And the same applies to other things, and this is the conclusion, which is also the noblest and truest of all sayings, that for the good man to offer sacrifice to the gods, and hold converse with them by means of prayers and offerings, and every kind of service, is the noblest and best of all things, and also the most conducive to a happy life, and very fit and meet. But with the bad man the opposite of this is true, for the bad man has an impure soul, whereas the good is pure, and from one who is polluted neither a good man nor God can without impropriety receive gifts. Wherefore the unholy do only waste their much service upon the gods, but when offered by any holy man, such service is most acceptable to them. This is the mark at which we ought to aim, but what weapons shall we use, and how shall we direct them? In the first place, we affirm that next after the Olympian gods and the gods of the state, honor should be given to the gods below. They should receive everything in even numbers, and of the second choice and ill omen, while the odd numbers and the first choice and the things of lucky omen are given to the gods above by him who would rightly hit the mark of piety. Next to these gods, a wise man will do service to the demons or spirits, and then to the heroes, and after them will follow the private and ancestral gods, who are worshipped as the law prescribes in the places which are sacred to them. Next comes the honor of living parents, to whom, as is meet, we have to pay the first and greatest and oldest of all debts, considering that all which a man has belongs to those who gave him birth and brought him up, and that he must do all that he can to minister to them, first in his property, secondly in his person, and thirdly in his soul, in return for the endless care and travail which they bestowed upon him of old, in the days of his infancy, and which he is now to pay back to them when they are old, and in the extremity of their need. And all his life long he ought never to utter or to have uttered an unbecoming word to them, for of light and fleeting words the penalty is most severe. Nemesis, the messenger of justice, is appointed to watch over all such matters. When they are angry and want to satisfy their feelings in word or deed, he should give way to them, for a father who thinks that he has been wronged by his son may be reasonably expected to be very angry. At their death the most moderate funeral is best, neither exceeding the customary expense, nor yet falling short of the honour which has been usually shown by the former generation to their parents. And let a man not forget to pay the yearly tribute of respect to the dead, honouring them chiefly by omitting nothing that conduces to a perpetual remembrance of them, and giving a reasonable portion of his fortune to the dead. Doing this, and living after this manner, we shall receive our reward from the gods and those who are above us, that is, the demons. And we shall spend our days, for the most part, in good hope, and how a man ought to order what relates to his descendants, and his kindred and friends and fellow citizens, and the rites of hospitality taught by heaven, and the intercourse which arises out of all these duties, with a view to the embellishment and orderly regulation of his own life. These things, I say, the laws, as we proceed with them, will accomplish, partly persuading, and partly, when natures do not yield to the persuasion of custom, chastising them by might and right, and will thus render our state, if the gods cooperate with us, prosperous and happy. But of what has to be said, and must be said by the legislator, who is of my way of thinking, and yet, if said in the form of law, would be out of place, of this I think that he may give a sample for the instruction of himself, and of those for whom he is legislating, and then when, as far as he is able, he has gone through all the preliminaries, he may proceed to the work of legislation. Now, what will be the form of such prefaces?
there may be a difficulty in including or describing them all under a single form, but I think that we may get some notion of them if we can guarantee one thing. Cleinias, what is that? Athenian, I should wish the citizens to be as readily persuaded to virtue as possible. This will surely be the aim of the legislator in all his laws. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, the proposal appears to me to be of some value, and I think that a person will listen with more gentleness and goodwill to the precepts addressed to him by the legislator when his soul is not altogether unprepared to receive them. Even a little done in the way of conciliation gains his ear, and is always worth having, for there is no great inclination or readiness on the part of mankind to be made as good or as quickly good as possible. The case of the many proves the wisdom of Hesiod, who says that the road to wickedness is smooth and can be travelled without perspiring because it is so very short. But before virtue the immortal gods have placed the sweat of labour, and long and steep is the way thither, and rugged at first, but when you have reached the top, although difficult before, it is then easy, works in days. Cleinias, yes, and he certainly speaks well. Athenian, very true, and now let me tell you the effect which the preceding discourse has had upon me. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, suppose that we have a little conversation with the legislator, and say to him, O legislator, speak. If you know what we ought to say and do, you can surely tell. Cleinias, of course he can. Athenian, did we not hear you just now saying that the legislator ought not to allow the poets to do what they liked, for that they would not know in which of their words they went against the laws to the hurt of the state? Cleinias, that is true. Athenian, may we not fairly make answer to him on behalf of the poets? Cleinias, what answer shall we make to him? Athenian, that the poet, according to the tradition which has ever prevailed among us, and is accepted of all men, when he sits down on the tripod of the muse, is not in his right mind. Like a fountain, he allows to flow out freely whatever comes in, and his art being imitative, he is often compelled to represent men of opposite dispositions, and thus to contradict himself. Neither can he tell whether there is more truth in one thing that he has said than in another. This is not the case in a law. The legislator must give not two rules about the same thing, but one only. Take an example from what you have just been saying. Of three kinds of funerals, there is one which is too extravagant, another is too niggardly, the third in a mean, and you choose and approve and order the last without qualification. But if I had an extremely rich wife, and she bade me bury her and describe her burial in a poem, I should praise the extravagant sort, and a poor miserly man who had not much money to spend would approve of the niggardly, and the man of moderate means, who was himself moderate, would praise a moderate funeral. Now you, in the capacity of legislator, must not barely say a moderate funeral, but you must define what moderation is, and how much. Unless you are definite, you must not suppose that you are speaking a language that can become law. Cleinias, certainly not. Athenian, and is our legislator to have no preface to his laws, but to say at once, do this, avoid that, and then holding the penalty in terrorem, to go on to another law, offering never a word of advice or exhortation to those for whom he is legislating, after the manner of some doctors? For of doctors, as I may remind you, some have a gentler, others a ruder method of cure, and as children ask the doctor to be gentle with them, so we will ask the legislator to cure our disorders with the gentlest remedies. What I mean to say is that besides doctors, there are doctors' servants who are also styled doctors. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and whether they are slaves or freemen makes no difference. They acquire their knowledge of medicine by obeying and observing their masters, empirically and not according to the natural way of learning, as the manner of freemen is, who have learned scientifically themselves the art which they impart scientifically to their pupils. You are aware that there are these two classes of doctors. Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, and did you ever observe that there are two classes of patients in states, slaves and freemen, and the slave doctors run about and cure the slaves, or wait for them in the dispensaries,
practitioners of this sort never talk to their patients individually, or let them talk about their own individual complaints. The slave doctor prescribes what mere experience suggests, as if he had exact knowledge, and when he has given his orders like a tyrant, he rushes off with equal assurance to some other servant who is ill, and so he relieves the master of the house of the care of his invalid slaves. But the other doctor, who is a freeman, attends and practices upon freemen, and he carries his inquiries far back, and goes into the nature of the disorder. He enters into discourse with the patient and with his friends, and is at once getting information from the sick man, and also instructing him as far as he is able, and he will not prescribe for him until he has first convinced him. At last, when he has brought the patient more and more under his persuasive influences, and set him on the road to health, he attempts to effect a cure. Now, which is the better way of proceeding in a physician and in a trainer? Is he the better who accomplishes his ends in a double way, or he who works in one way, and that the ruder and inferior? Cleinias, I should say, stranger, that the double way is far better. Athenian, should you like to see an example of the double and single method in legislation? Cleinias, certainly I should. Athenian, what will be our first law? Will not the legislator, observing the order of nature, begin by making regulations for states about births? Cleinias, he will. Athenian, in all states the birth of children goes back to the connection of marriage. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and according to the true order, the laws relating to marriage should be those which are first determined in every state. Cleinias, quite so. Athenian, then let me first give the law of marriage in a simple form. It may run as follows. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, or if he does not, he shall pay such and such a fine, or shall suffer the loss of such and such privileges. This would be the simple law about marriage. The double law would run thus. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, considering that in a manner the human race naturally partakes of immortality, which every man is by nature inclined to desire to the utmost. For the desire of every man that he may become famous, and not lie in the grave without a name, is only the love of continuance. Now mankind are coeval with all time, and are ever following, and will ever follow, the course of time, and so they are immortal, because they leave children's children behind them, and partake of immortality in the unity of generation. And for a man voluntarily to deprive himself of this gift, as he deliberately does, who will not have a wife or children, is impiety. He who obeys the law shall be free, and shall pay no fine. But he who is disobedient and does not marry, when he has arrived at the age of 35, shall pay a yearly fine of a certain amount, in order that he may not imagine his celibacy to bring ease and profit to him. And he shall not share in the honours which the young men in the state give to the aged. Comparing now the two forms of the law, you will be able to arrive at a judgment about any other laws, whether they should be double in length, even when shortest, because they have to persuade as well as threaten, or whether they shall only threaten and be of half the length. Megillus, the shorter form, stranger, would be more in accordance with Lacedaemonian custom, although for my own part, if any one were to ask me, which I myself prefer in the state, I should certainly determine in favour of the longer, and I would have every law made after the same pattern if I had to choose. But I think that Cleinias is the person to be consulted, for his is the state which is going to use these laws. Cleinias, thank you, Megillus. Athenian, whether in the abstract words are to be many or few is a very foolish question. The best form, and not the shortest, is to be approved, nor is length at all to be regarded. Of the two forms of law which have been recited, the one is not only twice as good in practical usefulness as the other, but the case is like that of the two kinds of doctors, which I was just now mentioning. And yet legislators never appear to have considered that they have two instruments which they might use in legislation, persuasion and force. For in dealing with the rude and uneducated multitude, they use the one only, as far as they can. They do not mingle persuasion with coercion, but employ force pure and simple. Moreover, there is a third point, sweet friends, which ought to be and never is regarded in our existing laws. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, a point arising
out of our previous discussion, which comes into my mind in some mysterious way. All this time, from early dawn until noon, have we been talking about laws in this charming retreat. Now we are going to promulgate our laws, and what has preceded was only the prelude of them. Why do I mention this? For this reason. Because all discourses and vocal exercises have preludes and overtures, which are a sort of artistic beginnings intended to help the strain which is to be performed. Lyric measures and music of every other kind have preludes framed with wonderful care, but of the truer and higher strain of law and politics, no one has ever yet uttered any prelude, or composed, or published any, as though there was no such thing in nature, whereas our present discussion seems to me to imply that there is. These double laws of which we were speaking are not exactly double, but they are in two parts, the law and the prelude of the law. The arbitrary command, which was compared to the commands of doctors, whom we described as of the meaner sort, was the law pure and simple, and that which preceded, and was described by our friend here as being hortatory only, was, although in fact an exhortation, likewise analogous to the preamble of a discourse. For I imagine that all this language of conciliation which the legislator has been uttering in the preface of the law was intended to create goodwill in the person whom he addressed, in order that by reason of this goodwill he might more intelligently receive his command, that is to say, the law. And therefore, in my way of speaking, this is more rightly described as the preamble than as the matter of the law, and I must further proceed to observe that to all his laws, and to each separately, the legislator should prefix a preamble. He should remember how great will be the difference between them, according as they have or have not such preambles as in the case already given. Cleinias, the lawgiver, if he asks my opinion, will certainly legislate in the form which you advise. Athenian, I think that you are right, Cleinias, in affirming that all laws have preambles, and that throughout the whole of this work of legislation, every single law should have a suitable preamble at the beginning, for that which is to follow is most important, and it makes all the difference whether we clearly remember the preambles or not. Yet we should be wrong in requiring that all laws, small and great alike, should have preambles of the same kind, any more than all songs or speeches. Although they may be natural to all, they are not always necessary, and whether they are to be employed or not has in each case to be left to the judgment of the speaker or the musician, or in the present instance of the lawgiver. Cleinias, that I think is most true. And now, stranger, without delay let us return to the argument, and, as people say in play, make a second and better beginning, if you please, with the principles which we have been laying down, which we never thought of regarding as a preamble before, but of which we may now make a preamble, and not merely consider them to be chance topics of discourse. Let us acknowledge, then, that we have a preamble. About the honor of the gods and the respect of parents, enough has been already said, and we may proceed to the topics which follow next in order, until the preamble is deemed by you to be complete, and after that you shall go through the laws themselves. Athenian, I understand you to mean that we have made a sufficient preamble about gods and demigods, and about parents living or dead, and now you would have us bring the rest of the subject into the light of day. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, after this, as is meet, and for the interest of us all, I, the speaker, and you, the listeners, will try to estimate all that relates to the souls and bodies and properties of the citizens, as regards both their occupations and amusements, and thus arrive, as far as in us lies, at the nature of education. These, then, are the topics which follow next in order. Cleinias, very good. End of Book 4. Book 5, Part 1 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5. Athenian, listen, all ye who have just now heard the laws about gods and about our dear forefathers. Of all the things which a man has next to the gods, his soul is the most divine and most truly his own. Now, in every man there are two parts, the better and superior, which rules, and the worse and inferior, which serves, and the ruling part of him is always to be preferred to the subject. Wherefore I am right in bidding every one next to the gods, who are our masters, and those who in order follow them, that is, the demons, to honour his own soul, which every one seems to honour, but no one honours as he ought. For honour is a divine good, and no evil thing is honourable, and he who thinks that he can honour the soul by word or gift or any sort of compliance, without making her in any way better, seems to honour her, but honours her not at all. For example, every man from his very boyhood fancies that he is able to know everything, and thinks that he honours his soul by praising her, and he is very ready to let her do whatever she may like. But I mean to say that in acting thus he injures his soul, and is far from honouring her, whereas in our opinion he ought to honour her as second only to the gods. Again, when a man thinks that others are to be blamed, and not himself, for the errors which he has committed from time to time, and the many and great evils which befell him in consequence, and is always fancying himself to be exempt and innocent, he is under the idea that he is honouring his soul. Whereas the very reverse is the fact, for he is really injuring her, and when disregarding the word and approval of the legislator he indulges in pleasure, then again he is far from honouring her, he only dishonours her, and fills her full of evil and remorse. Or when he does not endure to the end the labours and fears and sorrows and pains which the legislator approves, but gives way before them, then by yielding he does not honour the soul, but by all such conduct he makes her to be dishonourable. Nor when he thinks that life at any price is a good does he honour her, but yet once more he dishonours her, for the soul having a notion that the world below is all evil, he yields to her, and does not resist and teach or convince her that for aught she knows the world of the gods below, instead of being evil, may be the greatest of all goods. Again, when any one prefers beauty to virtue, what is this but the real and utter dishonour of the soul? For such a preference implies that the body is more honourable than the soul, and this is false, for there is nothing of earthly birth which is more honourable than the heavenly, and he who thinks otherwise of the soul has no idea how greatly he undervalues this wonderful possession. Nor again, when a person is willing or not unwilling to acquire dishonest gains, does he then honour his soul with gifts. Far otherwise. He sells her glory and honour for a small piece of gold. But all the gold which is under or upon the earth is not enough to give in exchange for virtue. In a word, I may say that he who does not estimate the base and evil, the good and noble, according to the standard of the legislator, and abstain in every possible way from the one and practice the other to the utmost of his power, does not know that in all these respects he is most foully and disgracefully abusing his soul, which is the divinest part of man. For no one, as I may say, ever considers that which is declared to be the greatest penalty of evil doing, namely to grow into the likeness of bad men, and growing like them to fly from the conversation of the good, and be cut off from them, and cleave to and follow after the company of the bad. And he who is joined to them must do and suffer what such men by nature do and say to one another, a suffering which is not justice but retribution. For justice and the just are noble, whereas retribution is the suffering which waits upon injustice. And whether a man escape or endure this, he is miserable. In the former case, because he is not cured, while in the latter he perishes in order that the rest of mankind may be saved. Speaking generally, our glory is to follow the better and improve the inferior, which is susceptible of improvement, as far as this is possible. And of all human possessions, the soul is by nature most inclined to avoid the evil, and track out and find the chief good, which, when a man has found, he should take up his abode with it during the remainder of his life. Wherefore the soul also is second or next to God in honour, and third, as every one will perceive, comes the honour of the body in natural order. Having determined this, we have next to consider that there is a natural honour of the body, and that of honours some are true and some are counterfeit. To decide which are which is the business of the legislator, and he, I suspect, would intimate that they are as follows. Honour is not to be given to the fair body, or to the strong, or the swift, or the tall, or to the healthy body, although many may think otherwise, any more than to their opposites. But the mean states of all these habits are by far the safest and most moderate, for the one extreme makes the soul braggart and insolent, and the other illiberal and base. And money and property and distinction all go to the same tune. The excess of any of these things is apt to be a source of hatreds and divisions among states and individuals, and the defect of them is commonly a cause of slavery. And therefore I would not have any one fond of heaping up riches for the sake of his children, in order that he may leave them as rich as possible, for the possession of great wealth is of no use, either to them or to the state. The condition of youth, which is free from flattery, and at the same time not in need of the necessaries of life, is the best and most harmonious of all, but being in accord and agreement with our nature, and making life to be most entirely free from sorrow. Let parents then bequeath to their children not a heap of riches, but the spirit of reverence. We indeed fancy that they will inherit reverence from us if we rebuke them when they show a want of reverence, but this quality is not really imparted to them by the present style of admonition, which only tells them that the young ought always to be reverential. A sensible legislator will rather exhort the elders to reverence the younger, and above all to take heed that no young man sees or hears one of themselves doing or saying anything disgraceful. For where old men have no shame, there young men will most certainly be devoid of reverence. The best way of training the young is to train yourself at the same time, not to admonish them, but to be always carrying out your own admonitions in practice. He who honours his kindred and reveres those who share in the same gods and are of the same blood and family may fairly expect that the gods who preside over generation will be propitious to him and will quicken his seed. And he who deems the services which his friends and acquaintances do for him greater and more important than they themselves deem them, and his own favours to them less than theirs to him, will have their goodwill in the intercourse of life. And surely in his relations to the state and his fellow citizens he is by far the best, who, rather than the Olympic or any other victory of peace or war, desires to win the palm of obedience to the laws of his country, and who of all mankind is the person reputed to have obeyed them best through life. In his relations to strangers, a man should consider that a contract is a most holy thing, and that all concerns and wrongs of strangers are more directly dependent on the protection of God than wrongs done to citizens. For the stranger, having no kindred and friends, is more to be pitied by gods and men. Wherefore also he who is most able to avenge him is most zealous in his cause, and he who is most able is the genius and the god of the stranger, who follow in the train of Zeus, the god of strangers. And for this reason he who has a spark of caution in him will do his best to pass through life without sinning against the stranger, and of offences committed, whether against strangers or fellow countrymen, that against suppliants is the greatest. For the god who witnessed to the agreement made with the suppliant becomes in a special manner the guardian of the sufferer, and he will certainly not suffer unavenged. Thus we have fairly described the manner in which a man is to act about his parents and himself and his own affairs, and in relation to the state and his friends and kindred, both in what concerns his own countrymen and in what concerns the stranger. We will now consider what manner of man he must be who would best pass through life in respect of those other things which are not matters of law, but of praise and blame only, in which praise and blame educate a man and make him more tractable and amenable to the laws which are about to be imposed. Truth is the beginning of every good thing, both to gods and men, and he who would be blessed and happy should be from the first a partaker of the truth, that he may live a true man as long as possible, for then he can be trusted. But he is not to be trusted who loves voluntary falsehood, and he who loves involuntary falsehood is a fool. Neither condition is enviable, for the untrustworthy and ignorant has no friend, and as time advances he becomes known, and lays up in store for himself isolation in crabbed age when life is on the wane, so that whether his children or friends are alive or not, he is equally solitary. Worthy of honour is he who does no injustice, and of more than twofold honour if he not only does no injustice himself, but hinders others from doing any. The first may count as one man, the second is worth many men, because he informs the rulers of the injustice of others. And yet more highly to be esteemed is he who cooperates with the rulers in correcting the citizens as far as he can. He shall be proclaimed the great and perfect citizen, and bear away the palm of virtue. The same praise may be given about temperance and wisdom and all other goods which may be imparted to others, as well as acquired by a man for himself. He who imparts them shall be honoured as the man of men, and he who is willing yet is not able may be allowed the second place. But he who is jealous and will not, if he can help, allow others to partake in a friendly way of any good is deserving of blame. The good, however, which he has is not to be undervalued by us because it is possessed by him, but must be acquired by us also to the utmost of our power. Let every man then freely strive for the prize of virtue, and let there be no envy, for the unenvious nature increases the greatness of states. He himself contends in the race, blasting the fair fame of no man, but the envious, who thinks that he ought to get the better by defaming others, is less energetic himself in the pursuit of true virtue, and reduces his rivals to despair by his unjust slanders of them. And so he makes the whole city to enter the arena untrained in the practice of virtue, and diminishes her glory as far as in him lies. Now every man should be valiant, but he should also be gentle. From the cruel or hardly curable, or altogether incurable acts of injustice done to him by others, a man can only escape by fighting and defending himself and conquering, and by never ceasing to punish them. And no man who is not of a noble spirit is able to accomplish this. As to the actions of those who do evil, but whose evil is curable, in the first place let us remember that the unjust man is not unjust of his own free will. For no man of his own free will would choose to possess the greatest of evils, and least of all in the most honourable part of himself. And the soul, as we said, is of a truth deemed by all men the most honourable. In the soul, then, which is the most honourable part of him, no one, if he could help, would admit or allow to continue the greatest of evils. Compare Republic. The unrighteous and vicious are always to be pitied in any case, and one can afford to forgive as well as pity him who is curable, and refrain and calm one's anger, not getting into a passion like a woman and nursing ill feeling. But upon him who is incapable of reformation and wholly evil, the vials of our wrath should be poured out. Wherefore I say that good men ought, when occasion demands, to be both gentle and passionate. Of all evils, the greatest is one which in the souls of most men is innate, and which a man is always excusing in himself and never correcting. I mean what is expressed in the saying that every man by nature is and ought to be his own friend, whereas the excessive love of self is in reality the source to each man of all offences. For the lover is blinded about the beloved, so that he judges wrongly of the just, the good, and the honourable, and thinks that he ought always to prefer himself to the truth. But he who would be a great man ought to regard not himself or his interests, but what is just, whether the just act be his own or that of another. Through a similar error men are induced to fancy that their own ignorance is wisdom, and thus we who may be truly said to know nothing think that we know all things. And because we will not let others act for us in what we do not know, we are compelled to act amiss ourselves. Wherefore let every man avoid excess of self-love, and condescend to follow a better man than himself, not allowing any false shame to stand in the way. There are also minor precepts which are often repeated and are quite as useful. A man should recollect them and remind himself of them. For when a stream is flowing out, there should be water flowing in too, and recollection flows in while wisdom is departing. Therefore I say that a man should refrain from excess either of laughter or tears, and should exhort his neighbour to do the same. He should veil his immoderate sorrow or joy, and seek to behave with propriety, whether the genius of his good fortune remains with him, or whether at the crisis of his fate, when he seems to be mounting high and steep places, the gods oppose him in some of his enterprises. Still he may ever hope, in the case of good men, that whatever afflictions are to befall them in the future, God will lessen, and that present evils he will change for the better. And as to the goods which are the opposite of these evils, he will not doubt that they will be added to them, and that they will be fortunate. Such should be men's hopes, and such should be the exhortations with which they admonish one another, never losing an opportunity, but on every occasion distinctly reminding themselves and others of all these things, both in jest and earnest. Enough has now been said of divine matters, both as touching the practices which men ought to follow, and as to the sort of persons who they ought severally to be. But of human things we have not as yet spoken, and we must, for to men we are discoursing, and not to gods. Pleasures and pains and desires are a part of human nature, and on them every mortal being must of necessity hang and depend with the most eager interest. And therefore we must praise the noblest life, not only as the fairest in appearance, but as being one which, if a man will only taste, and not while still in his youth desert for another, he will find to surpass also in the very thing which we all of us desire, I mean in having a greater amount of pleasure and less of pain during the whole of life. And this will be plain if a man has a true taste of them, as will be quickly and clearly seen. But what is a true taste? That we have to learn from the argument, the point being what is according to nature and what is not according to nature. One life must be compared with another, the more pleasurable with the more painful, after this manner: we desire to have pleasure, but we neither desire nor choose pain, and the neutral state we are ready to take in exchange, not for pleasure but for pain. And we also wish for less pain and greater pleasure, but less pleasure and greater pain we do not wish for, and an equal balance of either we cannot venture to assert that we should desire. And all these differ or do not differ severally in number and magnitude and intensity and equality, and in the opposites of these when regarded as objects of choice in relation to desire. And such being the necessary order of things, we wish for that life in which there are many great and intense elements of pleasure and pain, and in which the pleasures are in excess, and do not wish for that in which the opposites exceed. Nor again do we wish for that in which the elements of either are small and few and feeble, and the pains exceed. And when, as I said before, there is a balance of pleasure and pain in life, this is to be regarded by us as the balanced life, while other lives are preferred by us because they exceed in what we like, or are rejected by us because they exceed in what we dislike. All the lives of men may be regarded by us as bound up in these, and we must also consider what sort of lives we by nature desire. And if we wish for any others, I say that we desire them only through some ignorance and inexperience of the lives which actually exist. Now, what lives are they, and how many in which, having searched out and beheld the objects of will and desire and their opposites, and making of them a law, choosing, I say, the dear and the pleasant and the best and noblest, a man may live in the happiest way possible? Let us say that the temperate life is one kind of life, and the rational another, and the courageous another, and the healthful another, and to these four let us oppose four other lives: the foolish, the cowardly, the intemperate, the diseased. He who knows the temperate life will describe it as in all things gentle, having gentle pains and gentle pleasures and placid desires, and loves not insane, whereas the intemperate life is impetuous in all things, and has violent pains and pleasures, and vehement and stinging desires, and loves utterly insane. And in the temperate life the pleasures exceed the pains, but in the intemperate life the pains exceed the pleasures in greatness and number and frequency. Hence one of the two lives is naturally and necessarily more pleasant, and the other more painful, and he who would live pleasantly cannot possibly choose to live intemperately. And if this is true, the inference clearly is that no man is voluntarily intemperate, but that the whole multitude of men lack temperance in their lives, either from ignorance or from want of self-control, or both. And the same holds of the diseased and healthy life. They both have pleasures and pains, but in health the pleasure exceeds the pain, and in sickness the pain exceeds the pleasure. Now, our intention in choosing the lives is not that the painful should exceed, but the life in which pain is exceeded by pleasure we have determined to be the more pleasant life, and we should say that the temperate life has the elements both of pleasure and pain, fewer and smaller and less frequent than the intemperate, and the wise life than the foolish life, and the life of courage than the life of cowardice, one of each pair exceeding in pleasure and the other in pain, the courageous surpassing the cowardly, and the wise exceeding the foolish. and so that one class of lives exceeds the other class in pleasure. The temperate and courageous and wise and healthy exceed the cowardly and foolish and intemperate and diseased lives. And generally speaking, that which has any virtue, whether of body or soul, is pleasanter than the vicious life, and far superior in beauty and rectitude and excellence and reputation, and causes him who lives accordingly to be infinitely happier than the opposite. Enough of the preamble, and now the laws should follow, or to speak more correctly, an outline of them. As then, in the case of a web or any other tissue, the warp and the woof cannot be made of the same materials, compare statesman, but the warp is necessarily superior as being stronger and having a certain character of firmness, whereas the woof is softer and has a proper degree of elasticity. In a similar manner, those who are to hold great offices in states should be distinguished truly in each case from those who have been but slenderly proven by education. Let us suppose that there are two parts in the constitution of a state: one, the creation of offices; the other, the laws which are assigned to them to administer. But before all this comes the following consideration. The shepherd or herdsman, or breeder of horses, or the like, when he has received his animals, will not begin to train them until he has first purified them in a manner which befits a community of animals. He will divide the healthy and unhealthy, and the good breed and the bad breed, and will send away the unhealthy and badly bred to other herds, and tend the rest, reflecting that his labours will be vain and have no effect either on the souls or bodies of those whom nature and ill nurture have corrupted, and that they will involve in destruction the pure and healthy nature and being of every other animal, if he should neglect to purify them. Now the case of other animals is not so important; they are only worth introducing for the sake of illustration. But what relates to man is of the highest importance, and the legislator should make inquiries and indicate what is proper for each one in the way of purification and of any other procedure. Take, for example, the purification of a city. There are many kinds of purification, some easier and others more difficult, and some of them, and the best and most difficult of them, the legislator, if he be also a despot, may be able to effect. But the legislator who, not being a despot, sets up a new government and laws, even if he attempt the mildest of purgations, may think himself happy if he can complete his work. The best kind of purification is painful, like similar cures in medicine, involving righteous punishment, and inflicting death or exile in the last resort. For in this way we commonly dispose of great sinners who are incurable, and are the greatest injury of the whole state. But the milder form of purification is as follows. When men who have nothing and are in want of food show a disposition to follow their leaders in an attack on the property of the rich, these, who are the natural plague of the state, are sent away by the legislator in a friendly spirit as far as he is able, and this dismissal of them is euphemistically termed a colony. And every legislator should contrive to do this at once. Our present case, however, is peculiar, for there is no need to devise any colony or purifying separation under the circumstances in which we are placed. But as when many streams flow together from many sources, whether springs or mountain torrents, into a single lake, we ought to attend and take care that the confluent waters should be perfectly clear, and in order to effect this, should pump and draw off and divert impurities. So in every political arrangement there may be trouble and danger. But seeing that we are now only discoursing and not acting, let our selection be supposed to be completed, and the desired purity attained. touching evil men who want to join and be citizens of our state, after we have tested them by every sort of persuasion, and for a sufficient time, we will prevent them from coming, but the good we will to the utmost of our ability receive as friends with open arms. Another piece of good fortune must not be forgotten, which, as we were saying, the Heraclid colony had, and which is also ours, that we have escaped division of land and the abolition of debts, for these are always a source of dangerous contention, and a city which is driven by necessity to legislate upon such matters can neither allow the old ways to continue, nor yet venture to alter them. We must have recourse to prayers, so to speak, and hope that a slight change may be cautiously effected in a length of time. And such a change can be accomplished by those who have abundance of land, and having also many debtors, are willing in a kindly spirit to share with those who are in want, sometimes remitting and sometimes giving, holding fast in a path of moderation, and deeming poverty to be the increase of a man's desires and not the diminution of his property. For this is the great beginning of salvation to a state, and upon this lasting basis may be erected afterwards whatever political order is suitable under the circumstances. But if the change be based upon an unsound principle, the future administration of the country will be full of difficulties. That is a danger which, as I am saying, is escaped by us, and yet we had better say how, if we had not escaped, we might have escaped. And we may venture now to assert that no other way of escape, whether narrow or broad, can be devised but freedom from avarice and a sense of justice. Upon this rock our city shall be built. For there ought to be no disputes among citizens about property. If there are quarrels of long standing among them, no legislator of any degree of sense will proceed a step in the arrangement of the state until they are settled, but that they to whom God has given, as he has to us, to be the founders of a new state, as yet free from enmity, that they should create themselves enmities by their mode of distributing lands and houses, would be superhuman folly and wickedness. End of Book 5, Part 1. Book 5, Part 2 of Laws of Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How then can we rightly order the distribution of the land? In the first place, the number of the citizens has to be determined, and also the number and size of the divisions into which they will have to be formed. And the land and the houses will then have to be apportioned by us as fairly as we can. The number of citizens can only be estimated satisfactorily in relation to the territory and the neighboring states. The territory must be sufficient to maintain a certain number of inhabitants in a moderate way of life. More than this is not required, and the number of citizens should be sufficient to defend themselves against the injustice of their neighbors, and also to give them the power of rendering efficient aid to their neighbors when they are wronged. After having taken a survey of theirs and their neighbors' territory, we will determine the limits of them in fact as well as in theory. And now let us proceed to legislate with a view to perfecting the form and outline of our state. The number of our citizens shall be 5,040. This will be a convenient number. And these shall be owners of the land and protectors of the allotment. The houses and the land will be divided in the same way, so that every man may correspond to a lot. Let the whole number be first divided into 2 parts, and then into 3, and the number is further capable of being divided into 4 or 5 parts, or any number of parts up to 10. Every legislator ought to know so much arithmetic as to be able to tell what number is most likely to be useful to all cities, and we are going to take that number which contains the greatest and most regular and unbroken series of divisions. The whole of number has every possible division, and the number 5040 can be divided by exactly 59 divisors, and 10 of these proceed without interval from 1 to 10. This will furnish numbers for war and peace, and for all contracts and dealings, including taxes and divisions of the land. These properties of number should be ascertained at leisure by those who are bound by law to know them, for they are true, and should be proclaimed at the foundation of the city with a view to use. Whether the legislator is establishing a new state or restoring an old and decayed one, in respect of gods and temples, the temples which are to be built in each city, and the gods or demigods after whom they are to be called, if he be a man of sense, he will make no change in anything which the oracle of Delphi, or Dodona, or the god Ammon, or any ancient tradition has sanctioned in whatever manner, whether by apparitions or reputed inspiration of heaven, in obedience to which mankind have established sacrifices in connection with mystic rites, either originating on the spot or derived from Tyrrhenia or Cyprus or some other place, and on the strength of which traditions they have consecrated oracles and images and altars and temples, and portioned out a sacred domain for each of them. The least part of all these ought not to be disturbed by the legislator, but he should assign to the several districts some god or demigod or hero, and in the distribution of the soil should give to these first their chosen domain and all things fitting, that the inhabitants of the several districts may meet at fixed times, and that they may readily supply their various wants, and entertain one another with sacrifices, and become friends and acquaintances. For there is no greater good in a state than that the citizens should be known to one another. When not light but darkness and ignorance of each other's characters prevails among them, no one will receive the honour of which he is deserving, or the power or the justice to which he is fairly entitled. Wherefore in every state, above all things, every man should take heed that he have no deceit in him, but that he be always true and simple, and that no deceitful person take any advantage of him. The next move in our pastime of legislation, like the withdrawal of the stone from the holy line in the game of draughts, being an unusual one, will probably excite wonder when mentioned for the first time. And yet, if a man will only reflect and weigh the matter with care, he will see that our city is ordered in a manner which, if not the best, is the second best. Perhaps also someone may not approve this form, because he thinks that such a constitution is ill adapted to a legislator who has not despotic power. The truth is that there are three forms of government, the best, the second, and the third best, which we may just mention, and then leave the selection to the ruler of the settlement. Following this method in the present instance, let us speak of the states, which are respectively first, second, and third in excellence, and then we will leave the choice to Cleinias now, or to any one else who may hereafter have to make a similar choice among constitutions, and may desire to give to his state some feature which is congenial to him, and which he approves in his own country. The first and highest form of the state and of the government and of the law is that in which there prevails most widely the ancient saying that friends have all things in common. Whether there is anything now or will ever be this communion of women and children and of property in which the private and individual is altogether banished from life, and things which are by nature private, such as eyes and ears and hands, have become common, and in some way see and hear and act in common, and all men express praise and blame and feel joy and sorrow on the same occasions, and whatever laws there are unite the city to the utmost. Compare Republic. Whether all this is possible or not, I say, that no man acting upon any other principle will ever constitute a state which will be truer or better or more exalted in virtue. Whether such a state is governed by gods or sons of gods, one or more than one, happy are the men who, living after this manner, dwell there. And therefore to this we are to look for the pattern of the state, and to cling to this, and to seek with all our might for one which is like this. The state which we have now in hand when created will be nearest to immortality, and the only one which takes the second place, and after that, by the grace of God, we will complete the third one, and we will begin by speaking of the nature and origin of the second. Let the citizens at once distribute their land and houses, and not till the land in common, since a community of goods goes beyond their proposed origin, and nurture, and education. But in making the distribution, let the several possessors feel that their particular lots also belong to the whole city. And seeing that the earth is their parent, let them tend her more carefully than children do their mother. For she is a goddess and their queen, and they are her mortal subjects. Such also are the feelings which they ought to entertain to the gods and demigods of the country, and in order that the distribution may always remain, they ought to consider further that the present number of families should be always retained, and neither increased nor diminished. This may be secured for the whole city in the following manner. Let the possessor of a lot leave the one of his children who is his best beloved, and one only, to be the heir of his dwelling, and his successor in the duty of ministering to the gods, the state, and the family, as well the living members of it as those who are departed when he comes into the inheritance. But of his other children, if he have more than one, he shall give the females in marriage according to the law to be hereafter enacted, and the males he shall distribute as sons to those citizens who have no children and are disposed to receive them. Or if there should be none such, and particular individuals have too many children, male or female, or too few, as in the case of barrenness, in all these cases let the highest and most honourable magistracy created by us judge and determine what is to be done with the redundant or deficient, and devise a means that the number of 5,040 houses shall always remain the same. There are many ways of regulating numbers, for they in whom generation is affluent may be made to refrain. Compare Aristotle's Politics. And on the other hand, special care may be taken to increase the number of births by rewards and stigmas, or we may meet the evil by the elder men giving advice and administering rebuke to the younger. In this way the object may be attained. And if, after all, there be very great difficulty about the equal preservation of the 5,040 houses, and there be an excess of citizens, owing to the too great love of those who live together, and we are at our wits' end, there is still the old device, often mentioned by us, of sending out a colony, which will part friends with us, and be composed of suitable persons. If, on the other hand, there come a wave bearing a deluge of disease, or a plague of war, and the inhabitants become much fewer than the appointed number by reason of bereavement, we ought not to introduce citizens of spurious birth and education, if this can be avoided, but even God is said not to be able to fight against necessity. Wherefore let us suppose this high argument of ours to address us in the following terms. Best of men, cease not to honour according to nature similarity and equality and sameness and agreement, as regards number and every good and noble quality. And above all, observe the aforesaid number 5040 throughout life. In the second place, do not disparage the small and modest proportions of the inheritances which you received in the distribution, by buying and selling them to one another. For then neither will the God who gave you the lot be your friend, nor will the legislator. And indeed the law declares to the disobedient that these are the terms upon which he may or may not take the lot. In the first place, the earth, as he is informed, is sacred to the gods. And in the next place, priests and priestesses will offer up prayers over a first and second and even a third sacrifice, that he who buys or sells the houses or lands which he has received may suffer the punishment which he deserves. And these their prayers they shall write down in the temples on tablets of cypress wood for the instruction of posterity. Moreover, they will set a watch over all these things, that they may be observed. The magistracy, which has the sharpest eyes, shall keep watch that any infringement of these commands may be discovered and punished as offences, both against the law and the God. How great is the benefit of such an ordinance to all those cities which obey and are administered accordingly, no bad man can ever know, as the old proverb says, but only a man of experience and good habits. For in such an order of things there will not be much opportunity for making money. No man either ought or indeed will be allowed to exercise any ignoble occupation. Any ignoble occupation of which the vulgarity is a matter of reproach to a free man, and should never want to acquire riches by any such means. Further, the law enjoins that no private man shall be allowed to possess gold and silver, but only coin for daily use, which is almost necessary in dealing with artisans, and for payment of hirelings, whether slaves or immigrants, by all those persons who require the use of them. Wherefore our citizens, as we say, should have a coin, passing current among themselves, but not accepted among the rest of mankind. With a view, however, to expeditions and journeys to other lands, for embassies, or for any other occasion which may arise of sending out a herald, the state must also possess a common Hellenic currency. If a private person is ever obliged to go abroad, let him have the consent of the magistrates and go. And if, when he returns, he has any foreign money remaining, let him give the surplus back to the treasury, and receive a corresponding sum in the local currency. And if he is discovered to appropriate it, let it be confiscated, and let him who knows and does not inform be subject to curse and dishonour, equally him who brought the money, and also to a fine, not less in amount than the foreign money which has been brought back. In marrying and giving in marriage, no one shall give or receive any dowry at all, and no one shall deposit money with another whom he does not trust as a friend, nor shall he lend money upon interest. And the borrower should be under no obligation to repay either capital or interest. That these principles are best, any one may see who compares them with the first principle and intention of a state. The intention, as we affirm, of a reasonable statesman is not what the many declare to be the object of a good legislator, namely, that the state, for the true interest of which he is advising, should be as great and as rich as possible, and should possess gold and silver, and have the greatest empire by sea and land. This they imagine to be the real object of legislation, at the same time adding inconsistently that the true legislator desires to have the city the best and happiest possible. But they do not see that some of these things are possible, and some of them are impossible. And he who orders the state will desire what is possible, and will not indulge in vain wishes or attempts to accomplish that which is impossible. The citizen must indeed be happy and good, and the legislator will seek to make him so, but very rich and very good at the same time he cannot be, not at least in the sense in which the many speak of riches. For they mean by the rich the few who have the most valuable possessions, although the owner of them may quite well be a rogue. And if this is true, I can never assent to the doctrine that the rich man will be happy. He must be good as well as rich, and good in a high degree, and rich in a high degree at the same time. He cannot be. Someone will ask, why not? And we shall answer, because acquisitions which come from sources which are just and unjust indifferently are more than double those which come from just sources only. And the sums which are expended neither honourably nor disgracefully are only half as great as those which are expended honourably and on honourable purposes. Thus, if the one acquires double and spends half, the other, who is in the opposite case and is a good man, cannot possibly be wealthier than he. The first, I am speaking of the saver and not of the spender, is not always bad. He may indeed in some cases be utterly bad, but as I was saying, a good man he never is. For he who receives money unjustly as well as justly, and spends neither nor unjustly, will be a rich man if he be also thrifty. On the other hand, the utterly bad is in general profligate, and therefore very poor, while he who spends on noble objects and acquires wealth by just means only can hardly be remarkable for riches, any more than he can be very poor. Our statement then is true, that the very rich are not good, and if they are not good, they are not happy. But the intention of our laws was that the citizens should be as happy as may be, and as friendly as possible to one another. And men who are always at law with one another, and amongst whom there are many wrongs done, can never be friends to one another, but only those among whom crimes and lawsuits are few and slight. Therefore we say that gold and silver ought not to be allowed in the city, nor much of the vulgar sort of trade which is carried on by lending money, or rearing the meaner kinds of livestock, but only the produce of agriculture, and only so much of this as will not compel us in pursuing it to neglect that for the sake of which riches exist, I mean soul and body, which, without gymnastics and without education, will never be worth anything. And therefore, as we have said not once but many times, the care of riches should have the last place in our thoughts. For there are in all three things about which every man has an interest, and the interest about money, when rightly regarded, is the third and lowest of them. Midway comes the interest of the body, and first of all that of the soul. And the state which we are describing will have been rightly constituted if it ordains honours according to this scale. But if in any of the laws which have been ordained health has been preferred to temperance, or wealth to health and temperate habits, that law must clearly be wrong. Wherefore also the legislator ought often to impress upon himself the question, what do I want? And do I attain my aim, or do I miss the mark? In this way, and in this way only, he may acquit himself and free others from the work of legislation. Let the allottee then hold his lot upon the conditions which we have mentioned. It would be well that every man should come to the colony having all things equal. But seeing that this is not possible, and one man will have greater possessions than another, for many reasons, and in particular in order to preserve equality in special crises of the state, qualifications of property must be unequal, in order that offices and contributions and distributions may be proportioned to the value of each person's wealth, and not solely to the virtue of his ancestors or himself, nor yet to the strength and beauty of his person, but also to the measure of his wealth or poverty. And so, by a law of inequality, which will be in proportion to his wealth, he will receive honours and offices as equally as possible, and there will be no quarrels and disputes. To which end there should be 4 different standards appointed according to the amount of property. There should be a first and a second and a third and a fourth class, in which the citizens will be placed, and they will be called by these or similar names. They may continue in the same rank, or pass into another in any individual case, on becoming richer from being poorer, or poorer from being richer. The form of law which I should propose as the natural sequel would be as follows. In a state which is desirous of being saved from the greatest of all plagues, not faction, but rather distraction, there should exist among the citizens neither extreme poverty nor again excess of wealth, for both are productive of both these evils. Now the legislator should determine what is to be the limit of poverty or wealth. Let the limit of poverty be the value of the lot. This ought to be preserved, and no ruler, nor any one else who aspires after a reputation for virtue, will allow the lot to be impaired in any case. This the legislator gives as a measure, and he will permit a man to acquire double or triple, or as much as 4 times the amount of this (compare Aristotle's Politics). But if a person have yet greater riches, whether he has found them, or they have been given to him, or he has made them in business, or has acquired by any stroke of fortune that which is in excess of the measure, if he give back the surplus to the state and to the gods who are the patrons of the state, he shall suffer no penalty nor loss of reputation. But if he disobeys this our law, any one who likes may inform against him, and receive half the value of the excess, and the delinquent shall pay a sum equal to the excess out of his own property, and the other half of the excess shall belong to the gods. And let every possession of every man, with the exception of the lot, be publicly registered before the magistrates whom the law appoints, so that all suits about money may be easy and quite simple. The next thing to be noted is that the city should be placed as nearly as possible in the centre of the country. We shall choose a place which possesses what is suitable for a city, and this may easily be imagined and described. Then we will divide the city into 12 portions, first founding temples to Hestia, to Zeus, and to Athena, and in a spot which we will call the Acropolis, and surround with a circular wall, making the division of the entire city and country radiate from this point. The 12 portions shall be equalized by the provision that those which are of good land shall be smaller, while those of inferior quality shall be larger. The number of the lot shall be 5,040, and each of them shall be divided into 2. And every allotment shall be composed of 2 such sections, one of land near the city, the other of land which is at a distance. Compare Aristotle's Politics. This arrangement shall be carried out in the following manner. The section which is near the city shall be added to that which is on the borders, and form one lot, and the portion which is next nearest shall be added to the portion which is next farthest, and so of the rest. Moreover, in the 2 sections of the lots, the same principle of equalization of the soil ought to be maintained. The badness and goodness shall be compensated by more and less, and the legislator shall divide the citizens into 12 parts, and arrange the rest of their property as far as possible, so as to form 12 equal parts. And there shall be a registration of all. After this they shall assign 12 lots to 12 gods, and call them by their names, and dedicate to each god their several portions, and call the tribes after them. And they shall distribute the 12 divisions of the city in the same way in which they divided the country. And every man shall have 2 habitations, one in the centre of the country, and the other at the extremity. Enough of the manner of settlement. Now, we ought by all means to consider that there can never be such a happy concurrence of circumstances as we have described, neither can all things coincide as they are wanted. Men who will not take offence at such a mode of living together, and will endure all their life long to have their property fixed at a moderate limit, and to beget children in accordance with our ordinances, and will allow themselves to be deprived of gold and other things which the legislator, as is evident from these enactments, will certainly forbid them, and will endure further the situation of the land with the city in the middle, and dwellings round about. All this is as if the legislator were telling his dreams, or making a city and citizens of wax. There is truth in these objections, and therefore every one should take to heart what I am going to say. Once more, then, the legislator shall appear and address us. O my friends, he will say to us, do not suppose me ignorant that there is a certain degree of truth in your words, but I am of opinion that in matters which are not present but future, he who exhibits a pattern of that at which he aims should in nothing fall short of the fairest and truest. And if he finds any part of this work impossible of execution, he should avoid and not execute it, but he should contrive to carry out that which is nearest and most akin to it. You must allow the legislator to perfect his design, and when it is perfected you should join with him in considering what part of his legislation is expedient and what will arouse opposition, for surely the artist who is to be deemed worthy of any regard at all ought always to make his work self-consistent. Having determined that there is to be a distribution into 12 parts, let us now see in what way this may be accomplished. There is no difficulty in perceiving that the 12 parts admit of the greatest number of divisions of that which they include, or in seeing the other numbers which are consequent upon them, and are produced out of them, up to 5040. Wherefore the law ought to order phratries and demes and villages, and also military ranks and movements, as well as coins and measures, dry and liquid, and weights, so as to be commensurable and agreeable to one another. Nor should we fear the appearance of minuteness, if the law commands that all the vessels which a man possesses should have a common measure, when we consider generally that the divisions and variations of numbers have a use in respect of all the variations of which they are susceptible, both in themselves and as measures of height and depth, and in all sounds, and in motions, as well those which proceed in a straight direction upwards or downwards, as in those which go round and round. The legislator is to consider all these things, and to bid the citizens, as far as possible, not to lose sight of numerical order, for no single instrument of youthful education has such mighty power, both as regards domestic economy and politics, and in the arts, as the study of arithmetic. Above all, arithmetic stirs up him who is by nature sleepy and dull, and makes him quick to learn, retentive, shrewd, and aided by art divine, he makes progress quite beyond his natural powers. Compare Republic. All such things, if only the legislator by other laws and institutions can banish meanness and covetousness from the souls of men, so that they can use them properly and to their own good, will be excellent and suitable instruments of education. But if he cannot, he will unintentionally create in them, instead of wisdom, the habit of craft, which evil tendency may be observed in the Egyptians and Phoenicians, and many other races, through the general vulgarity of their pursuits and acquisitions, whether some unworthy legislator of theirs has been the cause, or some impediment of chance or nature. For you must not fail to observe, O Megillus and Cleinias, that there is a difference in places, and that some beget better men and others worse, and we must legislate accordingly. Some places are subject to strange and fatal influences by reason of diverse winds and violent heats, some by reason of waters, or again from the character of the food given by the earth, which not only affects the bodies of men for good or evil, but produces similar results in their souls. And in all such qualities those spots excel, in which there is a divine inspiration, and in which the demigods have their appointed lots, and are propitious, not adverse, to the settlers in them. To all these matters the legislator, if he have any sense in him, will attend as far as man can, and frame his laws accordingly. And this is what you, Cleinias, must do, and to matters of this kind you must turn your mind, since you are going to colonize a new country. Cleinias, your words, Athenian stranger, are excellent, and I will do as you say. End of Book 5.